I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue just like
Welcome in. Good morning. Hook 'em up with E and Rod B. With no E and Rod B.
There's still time to change the channel.
It is the Ty Henderson Takeover, as it was called yesterday. I am Ty Henderson. I'm here with a Dripping Springs graduate, current University of Texas Longhorn, Brock Bollinger. How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I'm excited. I'm usually more asleep at this point of the show right now, but hey, we got bigger duties today. We got CJ Vogel from yesterday during this segment. We got a great lineup of guests. We got Jacob Stander from the Sports Complex coming on in the 7 o'clock hour. Johnny Rogers and hopefully Casey Studdard for the entirety of the 8 a.m. hour.
Hopefully.
Justin the Smash Simmons, you might remember him from the Wagner Wire back in the day on Sundays, will come on in the 9 o'clock hour, as well as Craig Flowers with what I hope to be a good morning story from the High Ground, Craig Flowers. And then in the 10 o'clock hour, we'll have Dylan Weber, a Georgia insider, talk a little SEC, college football playoffs, maybe a little Tommy DeVito. And one of your buddies also coming in.
Canyon Sheeran, if you remember the Elite College Football Instagram account, he co-founded that, largest college football account on Instagram.
We're going to have an influencer on.
And TND Takeover, that's him too. So
yeah, no, I'm
dude.
looking forward to it.
Yeah.
We got a long road till then. We had Thursday Night Football last night. We'll do a little recap there. Of course, yesterday was National Signing Day. Big day for the Texas Longhorns and a lot of college athletes or high school athletes across the Central Texas area. But without further ado, let's give me and Brock here a second to wake up, and we're gonna play an interview the guys had yesterday with CJ Vogel. It was pretty good. He had a lot of good things to say about the Texas recruiting class, but like I said, without further ado, here we go.
In late for Xavier Phil-Sami and Kobe Black joined the class late. And then you go back out and you flip Ty Anthony Smith to end the night. So it was a great, I guess in baseball you talk about closing and how important it is to, sustain leads to win ball games. And that's ultimately how you win championships. Well, in recruiting, it's very much similar to that. And Sarkisian and his staff really, went to the bullpen last night and called him the guy that throws 101, has a 92-mile-per-hour sinker. So I think it's really important and something that's, very encouraging, that Texas is winning these recruitments late and also being able to hold on to their top talent throughout the cycle, even after months of being committed. So that's very encouraging to me. And on top of that, Sarkisian mentioned it in his press conference yesterday, and having met some of these kids and, at camps and showcases and games, they're all high stand-up, caliber kids. And I think that's very important for the culture that Sarkisian has implemented at Texas, and it's the only way really to ensure that buy-in is there from the start. And that's, above anything else, very encouraging to me.
Hey, CJ, you asked a really good question to Sark too. He seemed pretty impressed with about changing the narrative about Texas. I've talked about how it's really tough to negatively recruit against Texas right now with what they're doing. Get into his answer. I thought it was pretty intriguing. We're going to play the audio a little bit later on, but he was well aware of that narrative, that negative recruiting pitch against Texas. It seems, right?
Yeah, no, he gave a great answer. I'm very excited that he did because it obviously provides great talking points for us. So, no, his point was when he arrived at Texas, he realized there was work that needed to be done, and there was, it needed to be done quickly because there was a reputation around Texas. They could not develop talent into the NFL, and ultimately there were too many games where they were leaving wins on the field. They just simply were not winning enough, and as a result, that kind of trickled down into the high school range. When you go talk to kids about would you want to play at Texas, yeah, well, it's a great school, it's big, there's a lot of opportunities, but the school down the road, even in my own state, is probably going to get me better developed for the NFL. And that was one of the biggest hurdles that stood in the way of Steve Sarkisian from success immediately upon his arrival. I would say that's no longer the case now. Obviously, 5 guys were developed in the NFL prospects last year. A couple others even signed on for undrafted free agents after the draft. Texas is looking at a draft this year, which could be their best in about 15 years. And that's not even, going to mention the possibility of Quinn Ewers coming back. So it's really impressive just the turnaround in really a short time that Texas in this program has taken, and it's the result of Steve Sarkisian trusting his staff to develop and then obviously going out to recruit and really spread the gospel that is Texas football is no longer of the old days.
Yeah, it feels like it has turned, and certainly turning 11 days to the game with Washington. And Sark did talk about when he hired his staff, he was very intentional about hiring coaches who have developed players, including Pete Kwiatkowski at Washington and Bo Davis, one of the best on the D-line, Kyle Flood, obviously on the O-line, and C.J. Vogel, as you said, there could be 8, 9, 10 guys drafted, and they're moving into the NFL from this year's team. And wait till next year when Kelvin Banks and Quinn Ewers and could be some really high draft picks coming next year. Hey, C.J., we played a piece of sound just a little bit ago with Sark talking about the overview of the class, and he mentioned wide receiver was an important position, and they brought in 3 or 4, but they're not done there. He actually mentioned that we may not be done at wide receiver. That led me to wonder, well, who are they talking about? What other obviously Evan Stewart's in the portal from Texas A&M. There's other high school players. Who could Sark be referencing when he says we may not be done at wide receiver?
Yeah, I think a lot of people point straight out to Evan Stewart, the former 5-star wide receiver from Frisco, who spent the last 2 years at Texas A&M. I don't necessarily think that that's a perfect match for Texas right now. I know on paper it makes all the sense in the world, but for now I think there's going to be pursuit of a wide receiver elsewhere. You can obviously look to the 2024 class, and Aaron Butler out of Calabasas, California, is a guy Texas has been tied to recently. He fits the mold of wide receiver Sarkisian likes to deploy in his offenses. Obviously, can catch and go, has great speed, has some nice wiggle to his game as well. So that'll be one to watch if Sarkisian and his staff don't find a guy in the portal. I think, with as many bowl games and how much of the college football that still remains, it's possible that the guy that Texas wants or, will eventually pursue might not even be in the portal yet. So I think that's something interesting. But he did mention, and it was noteworthy, that he does not believe that Texas is done at the wide receiver position, despite having signed 3 guys in this class and already having gone out and signed Matthew Golden from Houston.
Yeah. Does that, in your opinion, mean those odds are definitely gone? Like there was some slight chance, potentially, CJ, that A.D. Mitchell could come back. I think most people believe X-Man's gone. But after that comment, aren't you pretty sure that they're going to have all those targets pretty much leave?
I think that's, a safe assumption. And,
Yep.
Should AD should AD return, you're still losing Jordan Whittington. Isaiah Nayor is already in the portal. Casey Kane is in the portal as well, despite continuing to practice with Texas during the bowl season. It's a lot more than just Xavier Worthy and AD Mitchell. These are guys who all have, solid game reps aside from Isaiah Nayor. So Texas will be inexperienced, and I think that there's going to be a concerted effort to go get a guy with, a history of being able to, be a reliable target on third downs and move the chains for teams in the past. So we'll see, but that's a lot of opportunities for wide receivers to step up moving into 2024.
Yeah, you'll be catching balls from an experienced quarterback in an offense that likes to feature the passing game, so it would be an attractive spot, whether it's a high school player or even a portal player to come. He is CJ Vogel. He is the CFB insider for Football Brainiacs, also host of the High 4-Star podcast, Action Network college football contributor as well, and on Texas football. Hey, CJ, the Ty Anthony Smith flip last night, you kind of predicted it was coming, but it's the third year in a row by my count that the Longhorns have kind of spurned the Aggies at the finish line. Anthony Hill was a couple years ago. Colin Simmons was a guy that was really down to Texas and Texas A&M and LSU a year ago. He takes Texas, and now Ty Anthony Smith is one of the top linebackers in the state from Jasper. He was an Aggie commitment all the way up until yesterday. How the Longhorns pull that off, and how important is that get for Texas at that position?
Yeah, you can really thank the last month or two of Texas A&M not really, knowing the direction of their program for kind of the rethinking of where's home for Ty Anthony Smith. Texas A&M moved on from Jimbo Fisher. They've had a lot of departures from that new coaching staff, and while they go get a familiar name and Mike Elko from Duke, I mean, it's just not necessarily the situation you want to be walking into if you're a highly coveted linebacking prospect in the state of Texas. There's brighter options than uncertainty at the moment. And you can look at LSU right now and see, they just had a Heisman-winning quarterback at the moment. They're in the top 15, and obviously Texas is 12-1. They just won the Big 12. They're headed to the SEC, and they're playing for a national championship. What is around Texas A&M in recruiting right now has been, levels above what they are, and I think a lot of guys are realizing that at the moment in this class, and I think that was the case coming into the weekend prior to his visit for Ty Anthony Smith. I was told last week, should he make a visit to Texas, consider it a wrap. And eventually he made it to campus for a 3-day visit over the weekend, and we all know how the chips fell last night. He joins the Texas class and signed immediately upon his commitment. And I think Texas is getting a good one, a guy that can cover, a guy that can run and hit and certainly fill run holes. Talented prospect and the only linebacker in the 2024 class.
Yeah, only one at that position. Hey, last thing, CJ, keep your friends close, your enemies closer. A lot of people predicted, at least nationally maybe, that Oklahoma would have recruiting peril moving into the SEC. They finished with a top 10 class for Brett Venables. And, I know they've got some issues on their O-line right now, but the Jackson Arnold era will begin at Oklahoma. They've got to be excited up in Norman that the class that Brett Venables pulled in here as they move into the SEC as well.
Yeah, certainly. Oklahoma's going to have a good defense next year, and I think what we've seen the last 2 years on the defensive line is going to be a big part of that. You go back to 5-star PJ Adebawore last year off the edge. His brother played in the NFL or got drafted to the NFL last year as well, so you kind of see the projection that he's on in terms of development this year. I'm very impressed what they were able to do. Danny Okoye from Oklahoma is a guy Texas was after. Nigel Smith from Melissa is a big beefy guy in the interior, and obviously David Stone. The kid from IMG Academy, a 5-star kid. We've seen it firsthand this year. You can win games with your defense solely through the pressure and production from your defensive line, and that's a sign of a great defense, or at least the makings of what eventually can become a great defense is, having a great defensive line. And, that's kind of the blueprint that Oklahoma and Brent Venables are instilling currently with their defensive makeup in Norman at the moment. So, you still have some question marks. Is Jackson Arnold going to be that guy? I think they're losing their entire offensive line from this year as well. So it's going to be a bit of a work in progress for new offensive coordinator Seth Luttrell. But that defense should be that defense that we've seen from Brent Venables while he was at Clemson winning national championships. That will be the biggest strength of that team next year, and something that will obviously be fun for everybody to look forward to in terms of when Texas and Oklahoma meet once again in Dallas.
Yeah, A&M and Oklahoma next year. Yeah, Brett Venables had those great defensive lines at Clemson, obviously, and trying to replicate that in Norman, and that's a good thing. Longhorns know how good that is when you've got those guys up front, those dudes. On the point of attack. All right, CJ, thanks, bud. Appreciate you. All the work yesterday, all the work today. We'll keep the number handy and check in as things develop. CJ Vogel from Football Brainiacs. Thanks, my friend.
Thanks, CJ.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
And there you have it, CJ Vogel. Very insightful, knows very plugged into the college football landscape. It was a great interview yesterday, but we have more ahead here. I think we're going to take a break here in a second. Next segment, we're going to talk a little bit about that Texas recruiting class, some of me and Brock's favorite prospects on the offensive and defensive sides of the ball. We're going to hear a little bit from the sports complex, Jacob Standard, Patrick Davis yesterday, a little sound from there. We're going to have some fun today. We're just getting started here on 101.9 AM 1260, live, local, and digital on the Horn app, worldwide. Take us everywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan, and this month our tour of Central Texas golf courses, powered by Callahan's General Store, is back, and we shine the spotlight on Grey Rock Golf Club in South Austin. Visit hornfm.com and take a tour with me and our golf pro Omar Uresti. Grey Rock Club is back open and sprinkled with towering oaks, providing the perfect runway on every drive. 160 acres of nature and majestic views back open from their restoration. Check out Grey Rock and all the courses we visited during our tour of Central Texas golf, powered by Callahan's General Store, only at hornfm.com.
A lot of crashes with tough conditions this morning.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 101.9 AM 1260, The Horn.
Welcome back to Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. No E and Rod B today. It's T and Brock B. Ty Henderson, Brock Bollinger.
I think it's an upgrade, honestly. But
we're gonna have some fun, that's for sure. I don't know how data-driven today's show is gonna be, but we're gonna have some good guests.
Not at all.
As I mentioned, next hour we're gonna have Jacob Standard, 8 o'clock hour, Johnny Rogers, Casey Studdard, 9 a.m. Justin Simmons, Craig Flowers with a good morning story from the high ground, and then the 10 a.m. hour we're gonna have Dylan Weber and one of Brock's buddies who's a bit of an influencer.
A little bit, honestly. I'll give a little bit of crap for that.
No. I'm gonna have some off the sports, not non-sports related questions for your buddy. I think we could have some fun with that interview.
Okay.
Well, let's get to it. We're gonna talk a little Texas National Signing Day here. Top 5 class. I think it came in officially on the 247 rankings as the 4th rated class in the nation, and it's 3 years in a row with a top 5 class.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. It's Sark can recruit, man. That's for sure.
Yeah, and he's getting his guys, and the product on the field is definitely changing this year. It's been amazing to watch. I still cannot believe that we are less than 2 weeks away from playing in a college football playoff game.
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. Being a Texas fan my whole life and watching them suck the entire
you probably don't even remember the national, like when we won in 2006.
I don't even remember.
How old were you?
The 2009 one. What was that? 2005. I was 3 or 4.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, because you just turned 22 this week, right?
Yes.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. You missed out the other night, man.
I
It
know.
was a lot of fun.
I know. You invited me out to go out with I know you said BK was out with the. I saw his story where he was asking the people if he was too old to be on West 6.
Yes, he is.
Is he? How old is BK? What is he, like 30?
How old is he, or how old does he look? 'Cause those are two different.
He's definitely leaning into the. I mean, I love you, BK, if you're listening, but the pedophile look is
It's gotten better since he shaved the stash.
Yeah,
but,
no, I mean,
oh, dude, the stash was bad.
I mean, you got a stash right now. I feel like it's stash season.
Well,
or
not
it's
anymore.
coming back. It's
not
coming.
anymore. November is stash season.
I had a lot of friends that went for the stash last month, and it did not look very good. But they were very confident in it.
I'll tell you what, man. Ever since Top Gun came out, man, the stash is.
Well, yours looks good. Let's not get too off. Let's not get too off topic here. I think let's just give our favorite offensive and defensive prospect from this class. I'll start here. For me, offensively, I think Brandon Baker. I mean,
yeah.
Sark said it. We've heard the sound. We're going to hear a little bit from Patrick Davis and Jacob Standard later in this segment. I think some Sark sounds included in there as well. But out of Mater Dei High School, 6'5", 285, just your prototypical tackle. Sark said it best. If you were to go into a lab and build a offensive tackle, this is the kind of guy that would come out of that process.
He is eerily similar to Kelvin Banks.
Yeah, and he said that as well too. And
yeah.
I mean that's high praise. Kelvin Banks is a guy that came in.
Yeah, Kelvin Banks might be a top 10 draft pick.
Yeah, I mean he was starting left tackle as a freshman. He was arguably the best player on that offensive line as a freshman. He struggled, I feel like, early in the season this year with run blocking, but that improved as the cohesiveness with that unit got better and better each week. But yeah, Brandon Baker, I think he's a guy that can come in next year with Christian Jones leaving and potentially push for that right tackle spot, or I mean, at least go in.
Him or Cam Williams.
Yeah, I mean,
but in either one is.
I mean, Cam Williams is another guy that was a 4, maybe teetering on the 5-star line coming out of high school as well.
Yeah, big dude. Like, what was he, like 6'8"? Like, just massive mountain of a man.
Big humans on the offensive line, that's for sure.
We're SEC ready, man. That's what.
Think how different this. I mean, I know you're not too young to remember the Arkansas loss a few years ago where we just got dismantled in Fayetteville, and it was clear that Texas was not prepared for the SEC, at least on the lines of scrimmage. So
I mean, to be fair, we were 5-7 that year.
Yeah, no, it
was not like
Sark's first year. I was a little. We lost to Kansas that year. It was not the best year, but now obviously times have changed. So who's your favorite prospect on the offense?
I was thinking about going with Brandon Baker and obviously Ryan Wingo, but I'm gonna go with a little bit lesser known guy. I'm not gonna go with one of the 5 stars. I'm gonna go with Freddie Du Bois DeBose, Freddie DeBose.
I'm sure we'll have to get that pronunciation right eventually. I mean,
we got
DeBose.
time to practice.
How'd you say it?
DeBoy. I mean, that's what it looks like. OISE. It's like Boise. Oh wait.
Well, let's just go with DeBose for now. This dude's got some speed.
Dude, he is fast.
He's from Smithland Valley, right?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure.
I know he's from Texas. I know he's a Texas kid.
Smithland Valley.
Yeah, Smithland Valley. He reminds me so much of Xavier Worthy.
Really?
Just how he plays. Slight build, but just faster than everybody else on the field.
Get the ball in his hands, let him work.
Yeah, and he's a little bit lesser known guy. He's a 3-star, but honestly, I think both him and Ryan Wingo have a chance to play year one.
Yeah, I mean,
him, similar to how Jonte Cook was this year. But there's going to be more opportunities next year with all the guys leaving.
I mean, Rod B talks about it all the time with the wide receiver rotation. It really doesn't go beyond the top 4 guys.
Yeah.
So if you can crack that, I mean, Jonte Cook, he looked great in spots this year. He got a little bit of playing time. I feel like he gained trust as the year went on. But next year, I fully expect him to be in that top 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ryan Wingo
I
too.
agree with the top 4 are the ones that for Sark that play.
Well, because with Tom Herman, the rotation was too many guys. We get Kai Money, who was a walk-on at one point at his time on the 40 acres.
Yeah.
Respect to you, Kai Money, as a white boy getting on the field and making plays. But Tom Herman, come on, what? You're in the red zone and you don't have Colin Johnson split out wide. You have Andrew Beck and Kai Money. We're far removed from those days.
Andrew Beck is an NFL tight end now.
He's an NFL fullback now.
He's playing a little bit of tight end.
He was a great player at Texas, but he should have never been split out wide. Okay, that guy was not a downfield threat.
I will say though that next year that might change a little bit with the receiver rotation.
You think so? Just because they're so much younger.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
you're losing Jordan Whittington, the heart and soul of that room.
Right, Xavier Worthy. You're losing A.D. Mitchell. You're losing.
I mean, it's not. We're assuming that A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy will be gone. I'd say it's a 90% chance at this point.
If they're mocked, what do the most recent mock drafts have them at?
They're both mocked in the first round. Yeah.
Why would you stay?
I go get that money, especially as a wide receiver.
If you're mocked in the first round, I'm just assuming that you're leaving. Unless you're a quarterback that's mocked at 32 and you can come back and,
Yeah, kind of Quinn Ewers situation where he could definitely go in the first.
Yeah, it makes sense for
2 rounds.
Yeah, it does not make sense.
I mean, I could see Quinn Ewers going if they win, at least win this game versus Washington.
Yeah, I mean,
if he has a good game on the in the biggest stage of all, I mean, goes to the national championship and he wins. If he wins that game, I think he's leaving at that point.
Yeah, playing a Michigan or Alabama defense.
Yeah. All right. Let's get back to it though. Okay. So defense, Brandon Baker, Freddie DeBose for us, favorite prospects on offense. For me on defense, I'm gonna go with Kobe Black.
Okay.
Versatile. We talked Sark. I think he mentioned in the DB cut yesterday. He said the word versatile 5 times in a 2-minute cut.
Yeah.
While talking about this guy and I mean the rest of the secondary class, 6 guys coming in, including the transfer.
I mean, he's played every position in the secondary.
Yeah, I mean, he's listed as a safety on 247. He's projected to play corner here at Texas. Consists as 5-star. He's the highest recruit. He's the highest DB recruit Texas has gotten since 2006.
Okay.
So that was crazy to me.
Is that true?
I saw that.
He was
maybe corner.
Williams?
Maybe corner.
Okay,
corner.
Okay.
Corner. And that room's losing Ryan Watts. I mean, you got Terrence Brooks and Manny Muhammad, young guys that have definitely improved this year. I'm really excited to see what Manny Muhammad, how much he improves over the offseason. But Kobe Black, he's just a natural cover guy, and that's what this secondary needs. You got a bunch of guys God bless them, the safeties, Michael Taft, close family friend, love him,
love Michael Taft,
and he's gonna play next year for sure. He will start, but the coverage has been an issue this year from both the corners and the safeties, and it's definitely something that Stark emphasized in this recruiting cycle is just getting guys who are natural cover guys.
Bringing in Makumba.
Yeah, I mean, and the guys that are versatile. I mean, right now you have Ryan Watts who can only play the boundary side corner. Kobe Black can play both. you're more multiple when you have guys like this.
Wake Muhammad can play both.
Yeah, so I'm excited. Where definitely this recruiting class that there was a focus on the defensive side of the ball. Rod and Aaron have mentioned it through the week. Through the first 2 years with Sark, it seemed like the focus was getting the offense right. I mean, naturally he's an offensive guy,
right?
Getting his guys in there to fit his system. Now it kind of seems like the focus is turned to the defense and just getting guys that are that they know are right culture fits.
Yeah,
and I think Kobe Black's one of those guys. Brandon Baker's one of those guys. Freddie DeBose is one of those guys. Is a lower rated guy, but speed, and they love it. You mentioned it a few times. Just these are all great kids, and of course a coach is going to say that, but you can tell when Sark really means it. And
but it's also like, what else are you going to say?
No,
like,
I mean,
I know the kid's talented,
but
he's a jackass. Yeah,
yeah, but I mean, he could be called out for that. I don't think any of these kids have had off the field issues from what I've heard.
Well, to be fair, if he did think they were a jackass, he would not recruit them. And we're seeing that right now with Evan Stewart, right? And where we're going after all these receivers, we just signed, how many we signed? Four receivers. We're losing our top 4 receiving targets.
Losing 2 to the transfer portal.
Yeah, you have a guy like Evan Stewart in the portal who was committed to Texas at one point. And we're not even going after him, right? But that's why he's not a culture fit.
I don't know if we're not going after him though, just because we haven't heard anything. Some of the guys, the insiders that we've talked to, have said that they're keeping tabs on it, but they're not necessarily pressing.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if he comes to them, sure. I would personally love to have Evan Stewart. Have you watched that guy play?
Yeah,
but he does have some attitude problems.
Yes. Well, to be fair, he's also at A&M, so hard not to have attitude problems when you're stuck in College Station.
Yeah, and the culture there obviously has taken a hit in the past 2 years under Jimbo Fisher.
Yep.
A lot of guys smoking weed behind the bus. Just stuff that should not be happening, or at least stuff that if it is happening, which I'm sure it is here. Not every team's perfect. You got, like 100+ guys in that locker room. There's going to be a bad apple, but if you can limit that, which I think this Texas team has, and getting, just getting some of those bad apples out of there, you can get to the point where they are today. But yeah, who's your favorite prospect on the defense?
I was thinking about going with Xavier Filsaime. Is that how you pronounce it? Because I butchered the first name.
Freddie DeBose, Filsaime. Yeah, I think Filsaime is how you say that one.
But I'm gonna go with Colin Simmons. I mean, I've been following this kid since he was a freshman or sophomore in high school. Comes from a winning program, right? Is he a 2 or a 3-time state champion?
I think they lost to North Shore one of his years.
2-time state champion. You look at the kids who show up at Texas and excel right away are the kids from the winning programs, like the Westlakes, right?
Yeah, and that goes back to the culture thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like if you got guys that know how to win, I would take a 3-star that is coming in, is a culture fit, comes from a winning program, good attitude, over a Evan Stewart 5-star who might be more talented, but is going to be an issue constantly, and is going to not elevate his teammates, not prop up people. If he gets beat during a practice, he's going to throw a fit, or maybe not the best guy in the film room. I think Colin Simmons is a mixture of an Evan Stewart and a 3-star or a walk-on Michael Taft that has that work ethic, and he's clearly. We talked about it yesterday. He has a brother with autism that he brought on all his recruiting visits, and he always puts God first in all his interviews and stuff, which, if you're religious, cool. And
that was his deciding factor, was his brother.
Did he?
Yeah, because he was like, it was between Texas and LSU. LSU was like an 8-hour drive to DFW, which is where he's from, and Austin's about a 3-hour drive, and he wanted to drive up and see his brother as much as he could. Have his brother drive to see him play every game.
What do you expect from him on the field next year? Do you expect him to be in like take over one of the Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burke spots, or kind of worked into the rotation at kind of like an Anthony Hill was this year?
I think he'll take over a spot. He's too talented not to. My only concern with him is he's listed at 225 as a defensive end. That's that's very slight. And historically, if you look at high 5-star recruits like that are that light, it's boom or bust, right? You have your Von Millers, and then you have your.
Does he remind you of a guy like? I mean, Von Miller, he's not the biggest guy.
No, that's what I'm saying. But it's boom or bust.
But it's that's the natural pass rush ability.
Yes, and that's what he has.
Before Anthony Hill stepped on campus this year, I don't think we'd seen anybody in the last 10 years that has that kind of just natural bend. I mean, you played defensive line at Dripping Springs High School. I played a little D line at Westlake. We were both a little bit bigger back then, but that's all they teach you is that bend, and you can see it during practice, or at least I saw it in my time playing defensive line. There was kids that were, they might have been really strong in the weight room and they could run a really fast 40-yard dash, but
stiff as a board.
That didn't translate to just to pass rush. It's a very natural thing, and from what I've seen with Colin Simmons, this kid, I mean, he could step on the 40 acres and be a 6 to 8 sack guy as a freshman, have the kind of Harold Landry effect that he had on that LSU defense 2 years ago.
I'd like to see him bulk up a little bit, which I think he will.
Oh, he'll get. I think if he's what you said, 225 right
225.
Now?
That's
he'll be.
That's super light.
I think I would like to see him at 235, 240. I think if you get above 240, it might be too much for him.
Okay, I was gonna say 250. That might be because I think like
maybe
now,
as a senior. But if you get too big, you're gonna lose that bend and that flexibility and that. We don't need. I mean, of course, we're going to lose on that defensive line. We're going to lose Devondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, maybe Alfred Collins, but I'm not worried about the interior. I'm not worried about run stopping necessarily. I mean, I think Ethan Burke's a natural pass rusher, but he also that's a big guy.
I think Colin Simmons, the day he steps on the 40 acres, he will be the best pass rusher we have.
So you think he's a better pass rusher than Anthony Hill right now?
Yes.
Okay,
I do.
I mean, that's a fair assumption.
But my concern though is because he's so light. Like I'm afraid he might get bullied in the run game, which is why I'd like to see him bulk up just a little bit.
Well, this Texas strength and conditioning staff will get a hold of him. I'm sure you will not have to worry about that.
But you talked about Kobe Black being the highest ranked corner recruit since 2006. Is
that correct? If anybody, I saw a tweet about that. If anybody on the text line, 512-447-5776, text in. It's blowing up here a little bit. We got a lot of people saying they do not want Evan Stewart. Let's be careful. Let's not act like if Evan Stewart committed that we wouldn't be a little excited. He's a NFL talent at receiver, which is a premium position. Sark loves his receivers, but I agree. There is some issues there, and let's tread lightly on that one. But hey, let's go to a little audio from the sports complex yesterday. Patrick Davis, Jacob Standard, 5 to 7 every day. I hope y'all are listening. It's a great show. I think there's a little Sark audio included in this. But yeah, let's take it there.
All of the audio for you. You can find the whole press conference. I believe it's on YouTube, so you can find everything on there if you want to listen to the full 46 minutes. But I'm going to play you some clips that are kind of interesting, that I found interesting in there. And let's start off with signing day, the opening of Sark's press conference on signing day, kind of giving a recap of what the day led to.
As far as signing day, which I thought our staff did a heck of a job of a few things here with this class. One, recognizing the needs that we had on the team, some immediate needs, some long-term needs predicated on where our depth issues might have been on the roster. Two, identifying players that fit who we are, fit physically, right? The physical skill set in kind of the way they play, their style of play, but I think also fit character-wise. These are really good young men, and I think they fit in our culture. And I want to credit our current players for the job they did in help recruiting these guys and getting this class here. I say it every year. Every coach gets up, and I've never heard a coach get up and not be excited about his signing class. Okay, so but I am excited about this class. I think there's a lot of depth to it. I think there's a lot of versatility to this class, naturally when you just look at sheer numbers, clearly receiver was a position where we wanted to address, and we may not be done there yet. But to have 4 receivers in this class, 3 high school and a transfer, I think is big for us. The next position, obviously defensive back, signing 6 defensive backs, guys with a lot of versatility. And I know we always want to label guys corners and safeties, but the way we play with 5 DBs, the majority of the time, they have to be versatile players. And the more versatile they can be, the more opportunities they can provide for themselves, whether it be corner, at the star position, or at safety. So excited about that. And then I think the last piece that was really important was the defensive line of scrimmage, and to sign 5 really good players at that spot with the 2 edges and then 3 interior guys. I think that helps solidify some things. So not to take anything away and not to just start singling one guy out at a time. I know we'll get asked about that. I just think this was a really complete class, really versatile. And like I said, I don't think we're quite done yet. I think we'll have a couple things to go here over the next, day or two. And then as the portal shapes itself out, you never know what happens there. So, but all in all, proud of our staff and the job that they did, our recruiting staff, our coaches. Recruiting takes everybody, and everybody did a great job, including our players. And excited about this group of guys because I think they're made of the right stuff to come into our program and be successful.
Some good stuff there, kind of the opening for you. We'll get into a couple more clips here. And so one of the things he mentioned early on was someone asked him about, well, with transfer portal now, what's the impact on recruiting, and does signing day matter as much anymore with transfers and everything else? And Sark gives a good answer because people will say, well, why does signing day matter?
Like me. I asked you that yesterday.
And if we look at Texas team right now, there's probably half of your starters are important transfers.
Yep.
And half of your starters are recruits that came to Texas.
Home built.
Like our left tackle, who's going to go pro, is Kelvin Banks. That dude came to Texas. He has been in the program. Tavondre Sweat, the Defensive Player of the Year, came to Texas.
Probably should have been the Heisman winner, but, that's neither here nor there.
Just saying. I get that signing day doesn't matter as much, that you can put it on, okay, this doesn't matter next season. If we're only looking one season in the future, it doesn't, because not a lot of these guys are going to see a ton of playing time. There's 6 freshmen that are going to get playing time in the bowl game. It's a pretty large number, by the way.
So here's how I look at it. Your team is still built through recruiting, and then you fill in the gaps with the transfer portal.
And so this is let's play what Sark says, because it's very much a similar thing. But this is for everybody who says that signing day does not matter. And you're going to eat your words when you see Colin Simmons play next year, by the way. Because Colin Simmons is going to get some playing time next year, because that's how the athlete he is. He'll get some on the edge. However, but I don't know how many snaps, but he'll get some.
He's a monster.
And you'll see, look at what Anthony Hill's doing and tell me their recruiting doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Look, Manny Muhammad coming into the game when Ryan Day, our transfer, gets hurt, or Ryan Watts, our transfer, gets hurt. And Manny Muhammad comes in and is help us win a Big 12 championship, helps us win some games at the end of the year.
How about your backup running back? How about
C.J. Baxter
being
the
one
start?
that had to step in?
It does still matter. Here's Sark talking about the transfer world versus the port versus recruiting, and how you have to have both to be a successful team in college football.
Yeah, I still think in the end, if I had my druthers, you take your high school kids, you get them immersed into your program, you get them immersed into your culture. They grow and they build in your culture and in your program. They earn their playing times, and that they all become part of your culture. But nothing has really changed for us as it pertains to the portal, in that when we go to the portal, we're trying to fill immediate needs. How do those needs occur? A variety of reasons, right? It could be injury. It could be our own attrition from the portal, guys leaving our program. It could be, hey, we made a mistake or two in recruiting. That can happen. We try to make this a science, but there is no science for whatever reason. Sometimes guys just don't work out. And so you have to be flexible enough, is what I say. I'm just not of the adage of making a living in the portal and signing 10, 12, 15 guys a year out of the portal and trying to recreate my culture every year. I think that we have created a culture here of one that we have a lot of pride in, and I know the veteran leaders on our team have a lot of pride in. And now that influx of young players, they can help educate them on what it means to be a Longhorn. When you start bringing in a lot of transfers at that top level positions, now you're really trying to recreate that culture. And so, hey, when we go to the portal, it's because we're really trying to fulfill a need, a very specific need where somebody can come into our program and have immediate impact on the field and in our locker room for that matter. You know, all the guys we go into the portal for, they fit what we're about. And I'll just touch on the two here. Matthew Golden and Andrew Makuba, experienced players. You know, Makuba, 3-year player at Clemson, Golden, 2-year player at Houston, very productive players, have played a lot of football. When you get to visit with them and talk to them, they're made of the right stuff. And so they fit in pretty seamlessly for us. And so that's the key. If we're going to go to the portal, do they have the skill set to make us better? Can they fill a need? And then would they fit our culture and the mindset that they have? And those two guys definitely do that.
First of all, I like the fact that you can tell Sark has been on the phone and talking to people nonstop for the
What tells
past
you that?
week because his voice is gone. His voice is leaving him, which is hilarious. But he brings it up. So we bring up the points that, you know, you don't win a championship. You don't get close to winning championships without recruits and transfers. You need both. But he brings a point. When you say we are Texas, if you're constantly redeveloping yourselves and constantly putting yourself in that step, every year is a chance that you completely whiff. Every year is a chance that there's nothing there. And it's not oh man, we had a 2-loss season. That was a downturn for us. So we had a 5-6-loss season, and now recruits don't want to come, and now transfers don't want to come.
Every year has the potential for Colorado. Think about that.
But every year has, you know, and we've seen other schools. Every school every year has a potential for USC.
Yes.
USC took a bunch of transfers trying to rebuild that program quickly, and they missed this year.
Because culture matters.
His culture matters. So that's why recruiting day and signing day matters, because you want to get those guys. You want to get the top guys. You want everyone to feel the push behind them. You need the freshmen that you signed in that last recruiting class to see who's just walked in the room.
Not only that,
you need them to say, well, this offseason, I'm going to work my butt off because I'm staying ahead of that guy behind me. And I need to bring him in and then push him and push all of us to be better. You still need signing day to be an important part. Trust me, Georgia, who's a 2-time defending national champion, they win recruiting day every year. Alabama, Dynasty, they win recruiting day. It's not just transfers. I get transfers help, but you know who transfers help? Oregon. Oregon really got a lot of transfers.
Ooh.
What are they playing? Are they playing in the playoffs?
I think they got a bowl game.
No, they lost to Washington. Who recruited their players?
Yeah, because you want your key guys to be guys that are homegrown so that they can push your message. You don't want to try and teach your message to new guys coming in like Sark was articulating there.
Yeah.
That's tough to do.
And look, I get fully on that it can be rough, that people don't like the transfer world, and there should be some reform to it. But complaining about recruit signing day because of transfers, to me, is complaining, why is there gas stations if we all have electric cars now? We don't. There are electric cars. They exist. You still need gas stations for all of us who drive cars with gas in them.
Right.
You need both. They both can coexist in a world, and we can all be happy. We don't have to have one or the other. You can have transfers and recruits. We can be happy with both. And for Texas, what you want to do is win the transfer portal and win the recruiting, get the guys you want in both, and then you have the best shot to be where you're at now, which was, okay, first couple of years, we need to bring a couple more transfers, but we need to recruit hard to build the base and the culture.
I wouldn't even say you have to win the transfer portal, because I think that's looking at it the wrong way.
Winning the transfer portal means get the guys you want.
Right, and I think that's how you look at it, is like, okay, where are we missing?
And that's it. So let's move on to another couple of things, because we don't have all the time in the world, and we may push some of this into the next segment too, because I want to get a couple more clips. But I want to hit this one real quick, because I think it's an interesting point of something that Sark has done, where Texas for a long time, the entire key was you had to win Texas recruiting. You had to win Texas recruiting. You had to win Texas recruiting. Well, that's not gone. It's changed a bit, because in the future now, SEC's recruiting in Texas, and everybody is coming into Texas and grabbing guys. It became harder and harder to win Texas, but you're focusing so much of your effort into winning Texas.
Yep.
That you maybe sometimes don't go outside of it.
California, Florida.
And Sark, coming from other places, coming from an Alabama that hit everywhere else and got everything, said we need to open up our out-of-state recruiting. And the more out-of-state recruits we get, the better team we'll be, which means we'll win Texas easier. But we can't just rely on winning Texas, and that'll save our program, because it's a self-defeating goal at a certain point. So he talked about, and players are now much more willing to go out of state because everything's on TV now. And back in the day, you wanted your parents to the game, or you wanted them to watch, and not every game was on TV. So it was really important to play in Texas, because those games would be on in Texas, but they wouldn't be on everywhere else. Now everything's streaming. You can watch wherever you want, whenever you want. So it's not necessarily the same deal. Travel's easier now. There's NIL, so people have money to travel more. So if you say, I'm from Florida, I'm going to Texas, well, if I get an NIL deal for $60,000, I can buy my parents plane tickets.
Or $3.2 million. You can get a lot of tickets for that.
But I can, we have money. Like we're not completely broke. We can, or I can get my parents. I fly them in for a couple games, or we can go to other games. We can make this work now.
Right.
So there's out of state recruiting has gotten a lot bigger. Here's Sark talking about more of the recruits going out of state now and kind of using that to an advantage of Texas.
Without question. And it's not, I think kids from Texas are going other places more than they ever have. I think kids in California are going places more than they ever have. I think kids in Florida are going places more than they ever have, and so on and so forth. I think 7-on-7 has played a factor in that guys are traveling now. They're going to play in other places. I think social media and the internet has provided that opportunity because more schools are seeing these kids more so than just the local schools that are getting their tape and know the high school coach. I also think summer visits have changed that because now guys are having the ability and have the time to take visits in the spring and in the summer as opposed to just in the fall. It's difficult when you live in California and I want to play Friday night and we have an 11 a.m. kick the next day. You got to try to get on a plane, get here, and then for us to spend really quality time with them, and then they have to turn around and fly back. Well, when they come in June, I get 48 hours with them, and I really get to spend time with them, and they're not rushed, and we can forge those relationships. But that's the same for the kid that's here in Texas and when he goes to visit somewhere else around the country. So I think all those things have added up to you're seeing more kids travel. You're seeing more parents comfortable with allowing their kids to travel. That doesn't mean that, man, we're not trying to sign every great player in the state of Texas. But unfortunately, we're not getting them all the way maybe we would like right now. We're going to continue to bang that drum and to try to make that happen, but we have to be flexible enough to reach beyond, and we have to make sure that they understand when they come here, the best players play in our program that do things the right way. It's not about necessarily where you're from. It's about making sure that you're doing things the right way and that you earn your opportunities. And I think that we're following through with that, and guys are having success in our program.
So it gives you a different viewpoint of what it means for these recruits and how you're able to kind of take this new approach and it's help Texas recruiting, because now instead of just we have to get the 5-star running back from Texas. And if we don't, we're not even looking in Florida. We're not looking in California. If we don't get the wide receiver from Dallas, well, we're screwed because that's who we need. And when A&M or Alabama or Georgia or Oklahoma comes in and gets him, we lost that battle, and we're not going anywhere. We're not going out of state.
Right.
Sark has come in and really upped the out-of-state game, upped the money. Texas has the money to do all this. Up that game. Give me the private jet. I'll fly around everywhere, and we'll go meet with all them, do in-house visits. We'll go do that. It has made a huge difference in the recruiting classes because you're able to bring in more 5 and 4 stars. And he just went, I get in Texas, we do this, and this is the way we think in Texas. But I'm from Washington. We weren't able to do that in Washington. In Alabama, you're not able to do that in Alabama.
Right.
So we got to be able to be flexible.
Yeah. Could you imagine if Alabama tried to get every single one of its recruits from Alabama?
And only Alabama.
Only him. Yeah.
And then secondarily, we would look at Texas and Georgia. And if Georgia only went to Georgia.
Exactly.
Georgia has good high school kids. Yeah. But if they only did that, I don't think they're defending national champs.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Welcome back to Hook 'em Up with T and Brock B. No Aaron Hogan, no Rod B today. We're a little late here, so this won't be much. But next hour, we have a little Cowboys talk with Jacob Standard. You just heard him on the Sports Complex with Patrick Davis. We're also, like I said, in the 8 o'clock hour, going to have Johnny Rogers in studio. Hopefully Casey Stutter will call in, a little big, ugly tailgate reunion here on the Horn. 9 o'clock hour, Justin the Smash Simmons.
Right.
I think we're going to play a little, what's the game? What I told you, we used to play it on the Wagner Wire on Sundays.
Smash or Pass.
Smash or Pass. How could I forget?
Off-brand F, Marry, Kill.
And then also in the 9 o'clock hour, Craig Flowers with a morning story from the high ground. And then in the 10 o'clock hour, Dylan Weber. Talk a little Georgia football. Is he disappointed that the Dogs were left out of this year's college football playoff? Maybe a little Tommy DeVito. He's a Giants fan. And then your boy, what's his name again?
Canyon Sheeran.
Canyon Sheeran has multiple Instagram accounts that are above what we'd call the influencer cap.
ECF, the Elite College Football one, that one died. No fault of his own. There was a situation, but
I understand. No, I went to college to run social media accounts, if you can believe that. And not really applying it much these days, but we got a fun show ahead of us. I'm awake now. 2 cups of coffee down. 6:58. Ty Henderson here. Brock Bollinger. We're having fun. Having fun. We'll be back after this.
Not having a lot of trouble with backups on the major thoroughfares, but we've had our share of collisions this morning, and those include the latest one, which is on Highway 7.
Welcome back. 7 o'clock hour. Hook 'em up with E and Rod B, or as I've been calling it today, hook 'em up with T and Barack B.
Really rolls off the tongue.
I mean, I think it's there, the alliteration. Ty Henderson here, Brock Bollinger in studio as well. Big day after National Signing Day. It feels like it's kind of like the day after Christmas. Everyone's fat and happy from a solid recruiting class, top 5. You had another year, I think 3 years in a row, right?
Yeah, something like that. And I'm higher on this class than the previous 2. So
yeah, I mean, Sark's getting his guys in here. I'm excited. We got a big game coming up less than 2 weeks away from the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans, Texas and Washington. Possibly the biggest game of my adult life. And I am going to be there, and I am very excited. Brock, you're going to be there as well.
I am. I'm not in the last row. I am the last row.
So you have your ticket, though?
Yes. Not a student ticket, though. They sold out in less than 2 seconds.
You were in the queue.
I about threw my computer at the wall. I was so upset. But.
Well, good thing you have some nice family members that I heard hooked you up. I can't say the same for myself yet. I am going to be a last-minute attender if I make it to the game at all. I'm just gonna.
You don't have a ticket yet?
Not yet. I'm excited just to be there at this point.
Okay.
I need to be a part of the energy that is that New Year's Eve weekend into New Year's Day, where the Texas will whoop Washington's ass.
I have a friend going with me up there. He doesn't have a ticket. He wants to go to Bourbon Street New Year's Eve.
Yeah, no, I went in 2018 when Texas beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. That was possibly the best 2 days of my life.
Really?
New Year's Eve leading into I wouldn't call
bowl?
it was surprising the most that Texas beat Georgia that year, but I could feel the energy from the moment I stepped out of the car and stepped foot onto Louisiana, New Orleans soil. There was something in the air. I knew it as soon as we were walking to the stadium and Bevo charged Uga, and I was like, it's over.
Oh, it's on.
Hammer the horns.
Yeah.
Hammer the horns. It was we're back. But Texas is back now. And I think next segment we're going to have Jacob Standard on to talk a little Cowboys.
Right.
For the texter who was asking what I'm crying about today. It probably will be the Cowboys. So if you are a Cowboys hater, Cowboys lover, I'm sure you're going to enjoy the next segment because there'll be a little bit of it all. But right now, I think we're going to have a little impromptu off the record. Brock had a story from his birthday was this week, and I think they went out I was supposed to join them, but waking up to do the show every morning, it's tough to go out during the week.
Man, you missed out. It was the most drama I've ever seen, man. It was.
Well, go ahead.
Well, we're sitting there. I had some buddies. Me and some buddies went out. And we're sitting at the bar doing some shots.
Sure.
And there was a guy sitting next to me, and his like 11-year-old daughter walks in crying.
Is this on West 6th Street? Where is this?
Shoot, dude, I can't remember.
It's a bar.
I was gone. I don't even remember.
What time of the night is this?
This was probably midnight.
Okay.
Midnight.
And there's a little girl
crying. Like, she's like, "Daddy, please come home." and he turns around, he's like, "Hey, you're not old enough to be in here, little angel. Like, you're gonna have to leave, okay?" She turns around, she walks out, and the mom comes in and is like, "How can you sit there as a man while your 11-year-old daughter crying, asking you to come home?" And he goes, "Bitch, get the F out of my face," right? And she turns around and she leaves. And he turns to me, and he was like, "She's very selfish." I go, "She sounds selfish." And, dude, it was so awkward.
Well,
and he was like, "Do you want to split an order of clams?" I was like,
"What bar were you at midnight that was serving clams?"
Dude, I don't even know. But dude, I've just been like.
So you hung out with
that.
this terrible father?
No, dude, I wasn't even hanging out with him. He was just sitting next to me.
Did you get clams with him?
Yes.
So you were hanging out.
I was not up until that point. But
let's just hope that neither of us, when we have kids, end up like that, man.
I keep thinking about that like ever since. I'm just like, dude, what a selfish bitch, honestly.
What he's doing today? Yeah. Okay, well, that's a little off the cuff for 7 o'clock hour, but we we're gonna. I feel like we say on this on the show every day that the 10 o'clock hour is the the wild hour where things get a little off the rails, but I think that's going to be the entire show today. So we're having fun. We're an hour through. 4 hours left of our 5-hour program. What do we want to get into here? You want to talk some more Texas football? We had a Thursday night football game last night.
We did.
Did you watch it?
I did. It was the score was very misleading.
It was 30-22. Rams
30-22, yeah.
Defeated the Saints at home.
What was the line on that game?
It was 4.
4.
When I
For
got
the Rams?
it. Yes, -4. Rams -4.
Okay.
I hammered that. I'm not going to lie. I did not watch 1 minute of this game. I was watching a little NBA last night, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Over Thursday Night Football?
The whole Amazon Prime,
take.
I do have Amazon Prime, but just getting that app open, and I don't know.
The interface sucks.
I mean, this was probably the best Thursday night football game matchup we've had in a few weeks. It's usually probably the worst game of the week.
Yeah, usually. For whatever reason. I don't know why that is.
I
always ends up being the worst game.
I can't watch the
primetime
Saints this
game.
year. They're just Derek Carr.
bad.
It's sad. I feel like he's playing hurt, but he's always playing hurt. I think a few weeks ago he left the game and he had like 4 different injuries listed on. It was like a shoulder, an ankle, rib, and a concussion, like all in the same game. And I was like, dude, what's going on now? I don't think if the Saints don't make the playoffs this year, which after last night's loss, it's not looking good. They're gonna have to, I think, beat out Tampa Bay for the division at this point. I don't have to look at their remaining schedule, but I think Dennis Allen's gone after this year. I
mean, he hasn't shown anything that would.
He's a great defense coordinator.
Yeah, but as a head coach,
yeah, I mean, with the Raiders, he was one of the worst head coaches of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Not gonna lie, and I tweeted this last night. I said my grandfather's generation had Jerry Rice, my father's generation had Randy Moss, my generation has Puka Nacua.
What did you call him earlier? A mixture of who? Randy Moss and
Calvin Johnson. Man.
Come on. Do you think he will be a top receiver in the league? I know.
I said that sarcastically.
No, he is good. I mean, he's always dealt with injuries. Has been his biggest thing.
No, I just saw that he has more 150-yard games in a season with 2 games left than anyone has ever had in NFL history. It's wild.
No. Pull up that tweet or whatever. And he's missed some time too. But hey, I was gonna say the Rams, they're kind of a sneaky team this year. I don't think they necessarily could win a Super Bowl. But Sean McVay, he's a damn good coach.
Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua now has more games with 150 plus receiving yards than any receiver in the Super Bowl era. He already has more receiving yards than Randy Moss in 1998. And the question was, could Puka take Offensive Rookie of the Year from C.J. Stroud?
I mean, if C.J. Stroud keeps, excuse Bob Cole's laugh in the background. If C.J. keeps missing games, if C.J. keeps missing games with a concussion, which it's looking like he's not going to play this week.
Yeah,
Case Keenum.
Yeah,
I mean that was a scary fall. But take it back to the Rams real quick. Matthew Stafford and just the Rams team as a whole, I think they could win a playoff game. Their defense is young. They got some players. Aaron Donald, obviously, still one of the best players in the league.
Right.
He has to be double teamed every play, and he still makes plays.
Kyron Williams is balling out.
Yeah. Sean McVay, he knows how to get it done. He's a problem solver. All that noise about him possibly retiring last year. He's a young coach. I think he'll be there for a long time. Matthew Stafford,
still the youngest coach in the league. Can you believe that?
Head coach?
Yeah. He's been the youngest head coach in the league for like 7 years in a row.
That makes sense.
I will say though, their secondary has some issues.
Yeah, they're not perfect. I think if the Cowboys whooped up on them a month ago,
something like
5 weeks ago at this point. I think if they play Tampa Bay in the first round, I'd probably bet on the Rams.
Well, the Rams would probably be. I think they're sitting at the 6th seed right now, so they'd play either Philadelphia or San Francisco.
Or the Cowboys.
Maybe. If the Cowboys can come back. But
we'll talk more about that next segment with Jacob Standard. We'll probably get out of here a little bit early so we can have some extended Cowboys talk here in the 7:30 part of our show. But yeah, no, I did not watch the game, like I said, but I think the Rams are moving in the right direction at the right time.
They're getting hot at the right time.
But back to the NBA, The reason I was watching the NBA last night is I did play some wagers, and I don't know if you've noticed, but the Detroit Pistons are 2-25
They suck
this year,
They are very bad.
but they were
Yeah.
favored last night against the Utah Jazz, who were missing Lauri Markkanen, their all-star wing player. And I was like, and the Spurs were playing the Chicago Bulls, and they were 4-point underdogs, and they've also lost
A lot.
20
Yeah.
of their last 22 or something.
Yeah.
So I just worked a little 2-team parlay, and
So instead of watching Thursday night football, you watched
I didn't
a team
care.
that's 2-26 in a game that's lost, or in a team that's lost 20 of their last 22 games.
yeah, it was interesting.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, yeah, I know it sounds bad, but in my mind, I've been saying it for the past month, or really last 2 months. Is I'm all horns right now.
it doesn't sound bad. It just sounds like you have a problem. That's all. If
I-
those are the games you're
It
betting
was
on,
free play. I was betting
Okay.
free play.
All right.
It's okay. But yeah, let's go ahead and take an early break here. I think we got some people coming in the studio. When we come back, we'll be talking with Jacob Standard from the Sports Complex. A little Cowboys talk. We'll be right back.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Welcome back. Hook 'em up with E and Rod B, as we're calling it today. Hook 'em up with T and Brock B. Ty Henderson here and Brock Bollinger also. Let's get right to it. We got Jacob Standard on the line from the Sports Complex with Patrick Davis. We're going to talk a little Cowboys. And Jacob, me and you have we're both Cowboys fans, but we've been disagreeing a lot this season on how good the Cowboys really are. Have we not?
Yeah, we've been going back and forth a lot because I'm a little tired of all the doomsday Cowboys fans. I've told you multiple times, like I've said on Patrick's show in the afternoon, if you hop off the bandwagon now, don't come back in January. We don't want you. We want you here with us. We don't have time for half-steppers. Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl.
Okay, but has that not been your thought process pretty much the entire year? And not the entire year, but your entire life, that the Cowboys are going to go to the Super Bowl every year, even though we're around the same age. Our entire lives have been full of sadness and disappointment. If I can remind you of that, right?
Yeah, man. I tell people I was born in '96, which that was the last year of the Super Bowl. I've never seen a winner. I've only seen the team that chokes, but I still have faith. This year does feel a little bit different, though. Typically in years past, Cowboys numbers are inflated because of garbage time for the wrong reasons. Usually they're getting beat, and Dak is playing against prevent coverage and gaining all those yards and touchdowns. But this year, the Cowboys are building the lead on people with the exception of 3 games. They're building the lead on people, and Dak is earning his numbers that way. This year feels a little bit different to me.
Jacob, hey, Brock Bollinger, the Horn. People like you are the reason why, like, every other fan base hates us.
Why? So
every year? Oh, we're winning the Super Bowl. Every year.
I've fallen victim to it too. But I got to ask you, Jacob, did you watch the game last weekend? That didn't really. I did
watch the game. I'm
still a Cowboys fan. I still root for the Cowboys, but I'm not. I told you, I'm not going to let myself be disappointed yet again this year. And I watched that game, and I was not upset on Sunday. I was like, yeah, I told the guys the whole week. Both Aaron and Rod both said, I think the Cowboys are going to win this game. They're coming off a big win against the Eagles. And I told them, I said, hey, listen, I know everybody watches the Cowboys. They're always on prime time. We live in Texas. We cover the Cowboys, obviously. So both those guys are very familiar with the team. But I said, hey, I don't know if y'all remember, but anytime the Cowboys win a big game, they typically disappoint the following week. And especially this team playing on the road, that's something that concerns me, especially if this team can't get home field advantage in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. That's actually something Patrick and I talked about yesterday afternoon was, the difference between the home team and the away team for the Cowboys is noticeable at this point. You're 7-0 at home. You're 3-4 on the road. Obviously, something has to change, but it can't be scheme, because if it was scheme, then the scheme wouldn't work at home either. Obviously, the scheme works. When you go on the road, though, something has to change in preparation. And Patrick had a great suggestion. Let's have some change for the sake of change. If you usually travel on a Friday, travel on a Thursday. Let's change up the practice schedule. If it's in the morning, put it in the afternoon or the evening. When you're at practice and you're doing the walkthrough, start from the end of the game plan and work backwards. Just something to make everybody stand up after practice and go, well, that was different. That felt different, even though it's the same information being pumped in. So just change for the sake of change.
I don't know. I mean, we're pretty late in the season for that, are we not? I think teams are what they are at this point.
Yes. Okay. So if you want to take that mindset, sure. But if you want to have a champion's mindset and say, we are there, we can do this, we have to address a few key issues, then you can go that way. I think another big part of it is the cadence. Go watch a home game for the Cowboys and go watch an away game. When it's at home, you can hear Dak, here we go, real loud and clear. That's where it became famous. When you watch an away game, you can barely hear it with the volume turned all the way up if you had some headphones on. And you can make jokes about it all you want. Clearly, it's important to the timing of that offense.
Jacob has just now been introduced to home field advantage.
Yeah,
is what it sounds like.
That's kind of just part of football. It's louder on the road.
So, right. So you would think the Cowboys, as a professional organization, you would think they would learn, hey, maybe we should work some silent snap counts this week. Maybe we should learn how to operate without the here we go.
This is
You know
Coach
what I
Big
mean?
Mac we're talking about, man. You think we're doing that midseason? That's stuff that he's figuring out in the barn, in the off season, watching film. He's like, you know what? Maybe we should run a silent count at one point in the season.
He's not watching any film in the barn, Ty. That was all made up. He doesn't. I bet he doesn't even have a barn.
All the analytics? Are you kidding me? Mike McCarthy sees analyzation.
Mike McCarthy, real big numbers guy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let me ask you about the Cowboys defense. They got thrashed by James Cook last week in Buffalo. I think a big part of that for me, from just what I saw, was Jonathan Hankins being out with that ankle injury. I'm not quite sure. I know he hasn't practiced this week. I don't know what the timetable on his return is. Mozzie Smith, this year's first-round pick,
bust.
Do you consider? I mean, the kid, he's young. He hasn't played much, but he did not look well or good on Sunday, and he hasn't looked good this entire season. What are your thoughts on him?
Bust.
Yeah, so Mozzie Smith, I mean, yeah, obviously you want your first round draft pick to be able to make an immediate impact, but that's just not always the case. These are still just, they're kids coming out of college going to play in the men's league. Mozzie Smith did not look great against Buffalo, but he also wasn't expected to be in this position this year, right? He was meant to be depth.
Was he though?
Why would you spend a first round pick on a guy that's meant to be depth?
Especially on a team that's so close
Yeah.
to what you call a Super Bowl. You said this is the year, champions mindset, right? Shouldn't you be drafting players that you expect to actually play in the first round?
Well, you do expect Mozzie Smith to play. You don't expect him to take the starter's share of the snaps. You expect him to be in the rotation some. And I think a lot of what Sunday was the Bills just playing chicken with the Cowboys. They were presenting inside run formations, and they were daring the Cowboys. They said they're going to blitz inside. They're going to crash the A and B gaps, and we're going to block it like an inside run play. Just bounce it outside every time because those linebackers are going to wash themselves out of the play. And they did it all afternoon. They would not let up on it. They played chicken with the Cowboys, and the Cowboys lost in a pretty embarrassing fashion.
I'm a big fan of pursuit angles. Being from Wesley, that's something we worked on a lot. Is just taking the right angle.
Big angles guy.
A big angles guy.
Yeah.
And I saw from the Javon Curse and the rest of that secondary, and that Damone Clark before he got hurt, Marquise Bell. Those were some of the. I mean, I don't know if it was effort or just them not wanting to be there, but that defense looked beaten down after about the second drive of that game.
Yeah, that defense, the defense, the offense, all of it. The Cowboys are showing a concerning sign. This is the one thing that does concern me with them is if you get out early on the Cowboys and you go up like 2 possessions, they do start to kind of fold on themselves a little bit. You start to see, like you were talking about, the lack of effort or I'm just going to blitz this gap as hard as I can and not worry about the possibility of a bounce out because I just want to go make a play right now. We need a momentum turner. So I do worry about that a little bit if the Dolphins can get out and get up to a lead early with all that speed they have.
Okay, that's a good transition there. What are you thinking this weekend? I mean, Miami, this is a huge game for them. Buffalo surging as of late. Miami collapsed 2 weeks ago to Tennessee, really dropped a game that they shouldn't have. They were up, what was it, 3 scores with like 4 minutes, or 2 scores with like 4 minutes left.
15.
I mean, we're going to Miami. I don't think that's anywhere close to the home field advantage, even though that you're just learning about home field advantage this morning. Congratulations on that. Miami doesn't really scare me from that point of view. What do you expect? Do you think a bounce back here? The Cowboys haven't lost back-to-back games since 2021.
Yeah, Jacob, is this a must win? It's a must win.
Yeah, it's a must win. This is playoffs.
Okay, so first off, let me back up a little bit. Brock, happy belated birthday. Sorry, I meant to mention that off the top of the show. Yeah, shout out to you. And tell your friend Canyon Sheeran to hit my line, man. I only have 200 followers on Instagram. I'd like to beef that up a little bit.
Well, influencer Canyon action.
Yeah, a little bit. But when it comes to this matchup, first off, these two coaches have history. McDaniel was on Quinn's offensive staff in Atlanta, and he credits Quinn for initiating his sobriety journey. So clearly these two are close off the field. But more importantly, they'll know kind of how each other think whenever the Dolphins offense is up against Quinn's defense, right? Like y'all said, both teams have looked like contenders at one point or another, and both teams have a loss that you can point to and go, well, that's a joke. There's no chance they're going all the way. I think the pressure's more on the Dolphins in this matchup because they have a real possibility lining up to lose the last 3 games of their season. And if they do that, they have a chance to not make the playoffs. They have not clinched a playoff spot yet in the AFC at 10-4. The rest of their schedule is Cowboys at the Ravens versus the Bills. The Bills smacked them 48-20 earlier this year. They own the tiebreaker. So I think this game is much more important to the Dolphins, so they might play a little bit more desperate than the Cowboys did or do. That concerns me because I think that was a part of what Buffalo, why that mishap happened. I think Buffalo was way more desperate than the Cowboys were. I think the Cowboys were feeling themselves a little bit after their Eagles win heading into that game.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think the Cowboys will be playing with the same kind of desperate attitude that yeah, it's more do or die for the Dolphins, considering the Cowboys did lock up a playoff spot last week, but the home field advantage, like we talked about at the beginning of this interview, it's still out there for the Cowboys. I know there's some weird tiebreakers. Rod B mentioned this week, like the strength of a win, and the Eagles have us beat out on that somehow. And if they would they play the Giants twice to finish the year? The Eagles do.
Yeah. So how that works is so like if we tie records with them, then it goes to the next like 4 or 5 scenarios, and they're all a tie. They still can't decide. I think we're like one scenario above a coin flip, which would be just tragic because I know which way a coin flip.
Hey, a coin flip would be electric.
But no,
I wish they
not for the
televised
Cowboys.
No, we'd send Big Dom and Jerry Jones out there at midfield of Jerry World to do a nationally televised coin flip. That would be awesome. I'd bet on it.
Tell you what, send their best linemen and we'll send ours, and they'll do one of those power slap matches, and whoever falls gets eliminated from the playoffs. How about that?
The Brock and Ty, you remember that? The pass rush.
Oh yeah, Brock one time up here when we were doing for the Friday night flex crew. I don't know if you were up here at that point, but
he was there for that.
He completely dominated me in the hallway on a one-on-one pass rush drill. I was not expecting it.
Oh no!
You
know how did you fall? Did he knock you over?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he blew me up if I remember. I'm trying to forget. I'm being honest.
Oh no!
But anyways, let's talk about Dak and his MVP case. Do you think he still has a chance?
Okay.
I think he's what, second in the betting odds right now. I think it's up to like plus 700, plus 650. Brock Purdy, I think, is about a plus 250 favorite right now, if I'm not mistaken. Brock, if you could check that for us.
Yeah.
Do you think Dak has a chance? I mean, he obviously needs a big game this week against Miami.
I think Dak can do a lot to help his resume with games against the Dolphins and then the Lions where they're at home. He has a chance to put up big numbers in prime time on that one. But then you finish the game against the Commanders, and the committee or whoever votes on the MVP, whatever that group of people is, I think we can all agree they suffer really bad from recency bias. So, and I think there's a real chance that they end up giving this thing to CMC anyway. You've already got Kittle and Purdy advocating for CMC to get the MVP because they all understand that offense runs through Christian McCaffrey. This is 2 weeks ago. I keep going back to this example. First play of the game, Christian McCaffrey goes 79 yards from scrimmage. Guess what? All the other positions on the field benefit from that because now you have to dedicate so many resources to stopping Christian McCaffrey running behind Trent Williams. It changes your entire game plan. So when you're talking about most valuable player to a team, I lean more towards Christian McCaffrey. But in terms of Dak, these next 2 weeks, if he is going to win it, if they do stick to this is purely a quarterback award, you have to put up big numbers these next 2 weeks because when you blow out the Commanders to finish the season, nobody's really going to care about it.
Dak is 4th at plus 900 behind Brock Purdy at minus 225.
Minus 225.
Minus 225.
Wow.
Lamar Jackson plus 600 and Christian McCaffrey plus 700. So Dak is 4th.
I'm telling you, he's going for it. He's going to get it. You've got the front runner advocating for Christian McCaffrey to win it.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree with you. I think without Christian McCaffrey, if I'm being honest, I brought it up to Rod during a break yesterday. I would give it to Trent Williams. I know that's unrealistic. That's never going to happen. An O-lineman's never going to win MVP, but we saw what that offense looked like when he was injured this year. I mean, that was their lowest point of the season. I mean, they were obviously missing Debo and some other guys, but that man is a monster. And without him out there, it's a completely different offense.
Dude, I mentioned that to Patrick just a couple days ago. I said they'll never do it, but Trent Williams deserves the MVP of this offense because there's 3 losses for the Niners, and it was when Trent and Debo missed. So if it's not Trent, if it absolutely has to be a flag skill player that you can sell, Debo or CMC, anybody but Brock. If they give it to Brock Purdy, I will be upset. I don't think he deserves it. I'm not saying Brock Purdy's a bad QB. I'm just saying he's not the most valuable player to his team. How can he be the most valuable player to the league?
I truly believe Lamar Jackson should be the front runner, and it's weird that he's not getting more. I mean, I know he's second in the odds, but he's not getting the type of hype that
he already won one. You know, it's not. It's kind of a beauty pageant, and right now Brock Purdy's the hot name, and the San Francisco 49ers are the hot. You know, the pretty team that everybody's talking about. Baltimore is never going to be they're a hard-nosed, AFC North team that kind of not in a
3
big
yards in a cloud of dust.
Yeah, not in a big market.
Yeah.
If Lamar hadn't won one before, I think maybe give him a look. But the fact that he won a few years ago, I'm impressed with the fact that he stayed healthy. But hey, Jacob, before we get out of here, we got a few more minutes. Give me a Super Bowl prediction.
A Super Bowl prediction. I got to pick off teams right now as they are. Obviously, there's 3 more weeks to play out at the end of the season. You want to know who's in it or who's going to win it?
I want to know who's in it and who's going to win it, and who the MVP is.
Okay, so this may change after Monday night's matchup, but I think for me the obvious answer is the Super Bowl right now, as the teams are currently constructed, because we're going to have like 2 or 3 backup QBs lead their teams into the playoffs just to get curb stomped. But the Baltimore Ravens and the 49ers right now are the 2 teams.
Wait. You just spent like 10 minutes talking about, this is our year. This year feels different. And then you're going to pick the 49ers?
Yeah. You sit there and tell me the 49ers wouldn't make the Super Bowl.
No,
you just sat there and told us.
I think they would, but I also didn't say that this is the Cowboys' year.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
this is why people hate us. Okay, people like you.
All right. The Cowboys are going into the Super Bowl.
It sounded like you just had to sit up.
Their practice squad, they're going to win by 60. How about that?
No, okay.
It's like that chair meme.
So
where you sit forward.
Did you? Yeah, that's what I just heard that. If you can hear a meme, I just heard that come out of your telephone. So you're saying the 49ers beat the Ravens?
So this may change after Monday, but as of right now, I would say the 49ers beat the Ravens, and I think it probably would be a little bit further of a gap than people would expect.
Okay, and who would be the MVP of that game? Not that matters.
The MVP of that game? Ooh, just because I want to be contrarian, Fred Warner.
Okay.
How about that?
Debo.
All right.
That's a good one.
All right,
Debo's
and then
good pick.
one final question here. If the Cowboys and the 49ers do meet in the playoffs, what do you 1 out of 10 confidence level?
Confidence level in who?
The Cowboys.
Confidence level in the Cowboys? You talking about
winning that game?
Playoffs?
Winning that
You're
game
doing
against
great,
if they play the 49ers in San Francisco, your confidence level right now that the Cowboys can win that game?
6.
All right.
So a little more than half.
That's a D. We're passing, I guess. All right, Jacob. Well,
Right? So we got a shot.
Thank you for coming on. I know we wanted to have you in studio today, but 2-hour-long drives into the studio when you have to be on the sports complex tonight at what is it, 5 to 7 now is the new time?
4 to 6.
4 to 6. It used to be 5 to 7. Sorry, I got that wrong earlier. Well, thank you for coming on. I love arguing with you about the Cowboys. I'll talk to you later today, brother.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Thank you guys for having me on. Y'all keep killing it. Conversation's moving right along. Excited to hear the rest of the conversation. But wake up a little bit. Wake up.
We're trying. I'm on my 3rd cup of coffee right now. But thanks. We'll talk soon.
All right.
All right, there he is, Jacob Standard. You'll hear him like we said, 4 to 6 tonight on the Sports Complex with Patrick Davis. We'll go ahead and take a break here. Come back. We got Johnny Rogers coming in the studio. Top of the next hour, he'll be here for the entirety of the 8 o'clock hour. This is Hook 'em Up with T and Brock B. We are the Horn, live, local, and digital, 1019 AM 1260, and the Horn app.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Welcome back to Hook 'em Up with T and Brock B.
You want to spill the news?
We have
Big news.
Breaking news here. Breaking news. I made the call. We're doing a blitz today.
One day only.
You can get it in.
We're doing Salacious Gossip too?
Yeah. I mean, Johnny Rogers will be here. You know, he's America's house guest. I'm sure he'll
Okay.
have some salacious gossip for him. He usually stays in tune with all that pop culture nonsense. I'll tell you one thing. This is the only time I'm going to mention it. We are not talking about Taylor Swift or Travis Kelce today. We do it every day, and I hate it.
Why?
Why do I hate it?
No, why do you talk about...
Because Aaron brings it up every day.
Why?
I don't know. He feeds into it. I think it's just to piss me off, to be honest. But anyways, yeah. Ty Henderson here. Brock Bollinger. I always get it wrong. We've known you for like 2 years at this point. I still can't get your name right. Yeah. There we go, Texter. A little Master P. Break him off. UGK. Taking it down south today. What should we talk about here, Brock? We had a little NFL MVP discussion planned, but we just, I think, got that out of the way with Jacob Standard. Thanks again, Jacob. You killed it there. The text line's lighting up with people defending you, defending the Cowboys, and also talking trash. If you have any comments or concerns, please text the text line. Actually, no, it's just the text line now. 512-447-3776. 512-447-3776.
I'll tell you what, man. They're excited about the long-awaited return of the Blitz.
Oh,
for one day and one day only. Not right now. Don't start calling
okay,
us.
yeah,
but
no. The lines are blocked right now, but at around 9:45, we'll do a blitz today if we can get some callers. You know, sometimes people don't. You know, they're busy. It is the Friday before Christmas. There is a reason why Aaron Hogan and Rod Babers are not here today. It's because they've been working hard, and we got a big week ahead of us. We'll be back. They will be back next Thursday alongside myself. And we're going to start prepping for the Washington matchup in the Sugar Bowl, which is really, I mean, that's at the top of my mind right now. I have a hard time really caring about anything else.
Yeah. I mean, are y'all going to be back the day after? January 2nd?
We will be on the air on the on the 2nd, yes.
Okay.
The morning of. Patrick Davis will be in studio. Me and Aaron Hogan will be on site in New Orleans. No, you'll be there as well, and then I think Rod's going to come in the studio with Patrick, so it'll be a good conversation. I'm hoping I'll have some good stories from the night before, the previous 2 nights, really, because New Year's Eve leading into New Year's Day and the big game, there's going to be a lot of drinking done. New Orleans, we talked about it yesterday, is one of my favorite places on the planet. Have you ever been to before?
I've been once, but I wasn't old enough to fully experience the New Orleans experience.
Yeah, you got a little bit of draw to your face there.
Oh yeah,
there's
hey, you're going out with us New Year's Eve, right? You better.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right.
Of course.
All right.
Yeah, I'll be there. I mean,
Okay.
I got a lot of friends. I'm sure we can get a big old crew.
I already have a big old crew, so maybe you can get your big old crew, and I'll get my big old crew. And...
we'll combine. I'm excited. Let's talk a little bit more about National Signing Day. Texas coming off of yesterday with the number 4 class in the nation, still with a few openings there for whether it's a transfer portal or some freshmen coming in. How are you feeling about it? I know we talked about it early in the 6 o'clock hour, but your confidence level, you said this is probably the best class you've seen out of the 3 Sark recruiting classes.
Yeah, I mean, there's not, each class there was always one really high profile recruit, which I guess Colin Simmons, you can
and
say
Ryan
that about him,
Wingo.
and Ryan
I'd
Wingo.
say there's at least 2 in this class.
I think it's a lot. Well, that's it's less about like the top end talent and more about just the
it's more filled
overall
out
depth.
Okay.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
I feel like we addressed a lot of areas of need. And then the high profile guys that we did get are, on the lines of scrimmage, which was not the case, in the previous years.
I mean,
you
Calvin
could say
Banks.
Calvin Banks, but that's the only one.
Yeah, I mean,
right? We got
Cam
Brandon
Williams.
Baker. That's a 5-star. Yeah, but they're not like top 15.
I mean, Kelvin Banks
overall.
was.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's the only one. But we got Colin Simmons, Kelvin Banks,
I didn't realize, what's the running back's name?
Oh,
I forget it.
kid from IMG.
Yeah. No. The kid from Arizona. He's rated as the number 1 running back by a lot of services.
Yeah,
I didn't realize. I mean, back-to-back years with, C.J. Baxter last year, same thing. You know, every service is different, but
I don't want to rain on the parade. It is a down year for running backs.
Was it?
But yeah.
I mean, yeah. And
I mean, when the number 1 running back is a mid-level 4-star, you know.
okay.
But,
I mean, to get to obviously talented kids, Sark said yesterday that, you know, let's play some Sark sound while we're at it. He said yesterday that what do you remember the kid's name at IMG?
Is it Johnson Rubel?
Maybe. Let's just have him tell us. But no, he Sark said that he reminded him of Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson ? Let's go. Let me go ahead and find this real quick. Jarrett Gibson is one of them, and Christian Clark is the other. Let's go ahead and hear what Sark had to say about Jarrett Gibson.
Jarrett Gibson is a real runner. I mean, this guy can run the ball. Obviously, coming out of IMG, another really good program. But he is a physical runner. He's a home run hitter. I think his ability to run between the tackles and the way that we like to run the ball is a great fit. And again, I think culturally, just an awesome young man that's going to fit really well into our culture.
Yeah, culture, versatility and culture. Yeah, I mean, I love it. Keep hammering it, Sark. Let's see what he had to say about Christian Clark.
Christian Clark, fits who we are offensively. You know, I jokingly said, I remember writing my report up on him. I wrote Bijan Robinson with a question mark because he almost looks like him. You know, like the way he plays, the color of the uniforms. He runs the ball. He's got great balance and body control. He catches the ball extremely well out of the backfield. He's an extremely humble young man. Great family. I just think he's a great fit for what we do systematically, but also from a culture standpoint.
Culture, yet again. I mean, he sounds like a broken record, but if you're going to instill this into these kids' heads, it's something that you have to talk with the media about, but also in the locker room. And I mean, we both played high-level Central Texas football, and for me, the biggest Coach Dodge, former head coach at Westlake, now retired. I love him. He changed how I looked at football. You know, before he got there, my junior year, I think, is when he got hired going into my junior year of high school. I mean, Westlake's always had good culture, but it was kind of lacking a little bit. It was kind of old school. The coaching staff wasn't as personable, and it seems like Sark has taken. He's learned from past experiences and from Tom Herman, who was, the biggest a-hole out there when it came to, dealing with players. He wouldn't even call the kicker by his name. There you go.
But he kissed the players, though.
Oh, he loved his players.
You can't forget that.
But just, it sounds like Sark really cares, and a lot of this is coach speak. It's National Signing Day. He's never going to say he's disappointed in anyone, or he's not going to question anybody's character on the day they sign or anything like that. But I really do feel like he was being genuine yesterday when he was talking about these guys.
No, I agree. And, it goes back to that Evan Stewart conversation. It's like, if he didn't think that these guys were a culture fit, he would not go after him.
Yeah, I mean, all right. Hey, let's hear what Sark had to say about Matthew Golden, transfer out of Houston receiver.
Yeah, I think, two things we were looking for in the portal at the receiver position was, one, obviously an experienced playmaker on the outside who was physical enough to play out there. He has good length. He's really well put together. He made a lot of big plays over 2 years at Houston. Clearly in our game, catches 2 touchdowns that were big catches at critical moments of that game. But on the flip side of that, we wanted to see if we could find some value in special teams. And, what he was able to do at Houston in the kickoff return game, very impactful there as well. He is more than adequate in the punt return game. So we're finding more than just a one-tool player, a guy who's physical, blocking on the perimeter, can play with the ball in his hands, has the ability to take the top off the defense, but also add value in the return game. So it was kind of a perfect fit for us when it came to what it could project to for our program moving forward.
Well, there you have it. A few more spots left, scholarship spots. Will Texas get any more transfers? Evan Stewart. There's a lot of disdain for Evan Stewart on the text line today.
Yeah, that surprises me, honestly.
He's a talented player, but he has some issues, as we've talked about in the 6 o'clock hour. Hey, up next, it's America's House Guest, Johnny Rogers, live in studio. Do you know he was a part of the broadcast crew for Westlake this year?
Was he?
Oh, yeah. He was a part of that semi-final run that lost to North Shore. Heartbreaking for the Chaparrals. But yeah, no, we'll come back. We got a lot more. He's going to be here for the entire hour. Hopefully we'll get Casey Studdard on the phone at some point. 9 o'clock hour, Justin Smash Simmons, Craig Flowers with a morning story from the high ground, and then Dylan Weber, and I keep on forgetting Brock's friend's name.
Canyon Sheeran.
Sheeran.
And don't forget the Blitz.
And,
long-awaited return
and the Blitz,
of the Blitz.
The Blitz is back for one day only, just because I'm in charge, and I'm making that call. I'm making
It was
that
my
call
idea.
today.
I had to check somebody on the text line. That was my idea.
Yeah, you're right.
Give me all the credit and none of the blame if somebody curses.
We have the dump button ready to go, but
Yes.
bring it. Let's be clean today, but bring some energy. Bring some energy. All right, we'll be right back. 1019, 1260 a.m., live, local, digital, the Horn app. Listen anywhere. We'll be back. Good morning, Austin. We got a very special guest in studio. You might have heard it in the intro there. A little throwback. Johnny Rogers.
Hey, a little throwback to the Big Ugly Tailgate, the Horn's greatest Saturday morning show from 8 to 10 in the history of the Horn.
I mean, I loved it.
Yeah.
Y'all. Oh, I think we got Casey Studdard on the line.
Wait, we're bringing the band back together? We got old Case Stud? Case?
Yo.
What up, bud?
Are we live?
We are live.
Oh, okay, already?
What's up, buddy?
Oh, shoot, just enjoy this foggy morning.
Yeah, it's a little
It was a little
misty
scary. It was a scary drive to work this morning.
Yeah, it's a little scary
Yeah,
when you
South Kai, you leave like 8 minutes away.
No, I live 24 minutes away, actually. With traffic.
You're not in the dub anymore? You're not in the W anymore?
No,
The
you,
West?
you think I can afford to live in Westlake on my radio salary?
I mean,
well, if you were looking right now would be a great time to be looking because interest rates
Let 'em
being
know,
high,
Johnny.
there's a ton on the market. I can promise you that, Ty.
interest rates are great right now. 9% solid, man. Just
They're not.
they're
they're not.
hammering you on both ends.
They're not that high, but it's it's
Solid
pretty
eight,
tough.
solid.
Yeah, we're gonna see some rates come down here pretty soon, and I would tell you that if you are looking to buy, now would be a great time to do so because what's happening is all these people that in the last 5-8 years that got in at that 4% rate, they're not going to be putting their house on the market anytime soon because they can't afford to sell it at that rate.
Because it would be a loss at that
Absolutely,
point.
I can say.
Well, they what are they going to buy? If they buy, they're getting out of a 4% rate and getting into a 7-8% rate.
I see.
Right? So when these interest rates drop, you got a lot of people that can't sell. So you're going to have high demand, little inventory. What happens to prices when that happens, Ty? They go up.
But you know who to hit up if you're trying to buy one.
Your boy,
Johnny Rogers. Hey Casey, National Signing Day yesterday? What's your instant reaction on the Texas recruiting class?
I didn't really see who we got. I know I did get to watch the national or the state championship game with that DN commit from Duncanville.
Colin Simmons.
Yeah, he's pretty. I mean, we'll refine him. I mean, he's a good ball player. I don't give him that. I just thought he was a little lazy.
Okay.
Like if I'm in a state championship game, I'm going full animal.
Yeah.
I do every game, but you know what I mean? Like if you're on national TV in high school, I would have went. My face would have been, they'd have been like, stuttered, tackle again, stuttered, sack, stuttered, tackle again, every play.
I mean, that DeSoto team is pretty good too. Or no, who'd they play? It was North Shore and
North Shore. They didn't play DeSoto.
North Shore.
Yeah, no, they crush. It should have been DeSoto, Duncanville. That's so stupid.
Should have been Westlake.
Well, DeSoto beat
Westlake got
Duncanville.
slapped around.
Yeah, let's start there, Johnny. You were part of the broadcast team with Joe Taylor this year for Westlake football. Right?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a new experience. Once we kind of things ended with the Big Ugly Tailgate. I was sitting there like, hey, I really enjoyed doing that. So what's kind of my next opportunity? And so I had reached out to Joe Taylor, who does Shap TV, Number 9 Productions.
Great guy. And he was like, yeah, dude, we'd love to have you a part of our broadcast team. Why don't you come this year, learn, right? So see how I do it in the box. It's Joe Taylor and Ricky Doyle in the box right now. And then you've got Jim Knox on the sideline. Okay. Jim Knox is if you're from Texas and you pay attention to baseball or watch Fox Sports Southwest, you know exactly who Jim Knox is. I don't.
Jim Knox is
if
the guy
I saw him or heard his voice, I'd probably know it.
Yes. I mean, he's the guy in the stands at Rangers games interviewing people all the time. He's a Texas legend, right? So he has a kid who's playing Westlake football right now. Who's a sophomore quarterback, going to be on varsity next year. So the thought might be that, Knoxy might not want to do what he's doing sideline reporting while his kid's playing.
So you're going to take over.
So there's a good opportunity that I might be on the sidelines next year. I might do some booth work, but I really enjoyed it. It kind of draw me back into Westlake football. I always pay attention. Me and you, Ty, we always talk about Westlake football. Casey obviously could care less.
Johnny, you guys still go to the freaking, not the pep rallies, but you still go to see the guys off and wave at them when they're walking away on the bus during playoffs.
Hey,
He's a part of the team, Casey. He's a part of the team.
That crap. Don't tell me you two ain't involved in that. I've seen pictures of y'all post it. Good chop. You guys post a video of them driving away from their high school. I'm like, God dang, you're 40 and 28. Like, what is going on?
Hey, I mean, we love our alma mater.
Yeah. Well, and now
I'll give you that, because the messed up thing is, you know, I sit here and I'm like, where do I want to put my kids in school? I'm like, damn it, Westlake.
You texted me for Westlake tickets this year.
Let's go.
So I hope you went to that game.
He did.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I did.
He brought the family, so we got to see Casey there.
I brought the family, went on the sideline. Johnny got me on the sideline, you know.
You got the
Nice,
VIP connection.
nice.
Yeah.
But what I was saying was this with these guys is I saw a little bit of the DeSoto Duncanville game. I hate how the state's so big, so I get there's a class A and B or one and 2 or whatever for 6A. I get that, but I think those two should play. They already did play, so I think DeSoto should be the state champion of the state. But and they destroyed both of their teams.
Yeah.
In the state championship. You know what I mean? They dominated their ass.
It wasn't a running clock.
I didn't like about
that game.
Could have been.
It was a running 6A state championship game. They had a running clock in the second half.
Well, I mean, being a part of the Westlake, I got to kind of watch them on their run. And, you know, I've got a buddy, good friend of mine, whose kid is a sophomore, gets called up to varsity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And which is what happens if you're on the JV. The varsity needs some practicing dummies, you know, so they haul up the JV.
Always.
And I told my buddy, I said, hey, listen, you understand that under no circumstance that your son is going to get a chance to play in a playoff game this year, right? He was like, oh, yeah, no problem. Not going to happen. Well, guess what? Against Laredo United in the third round of the playoffs, Westlake was up 35-0 at the end of the first quarter. And they let those backups come in and play for 2 quarters. They get tired. So then they start throwing in all the sophomores. And my buddy's kid got to play in a state playoff game in the third round, and he'd never played varsity down in his life.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Letter in the play. Yeah, my year, you know, Dan Neal, his son was a freshman when I was a senior.
Okay.
And he was, I mean, he could have played college football, but he liked playing guitar a little too much. So I think he ended up quitting. But great kid, and he lettered, and like he looked like the most. He had like the freshman, you know, like shut helmet on. Like all the like a weird jersey number, and he got in like in a 4th round playoff game for Westlake as a freshman. Letter as a freshman, so that's a cool opportunity for those.
Those
kind
are
of kids.
very few. Like there's the few that get called up as sophomores to play on varsity. I mean, there's like 3.
I would have been a 4-year starter at Westlake.
Of course you would, Casey.
I mean, there's been like one of those ever at Westlake?
Maybe Clay Howell back in the 1980s.
Well, Jaden Greathouse.
Yeah, Greathouse would be a good example.
I would have started both ways. That's a crazy thing to think about it. No, for real though. I mean, I would have. I mean, I was All-American on defense my junior year, All-American on offense my senior year.
Well, you got some stuttered boys coming up. Maybe they could.
Yeah.
You could leave a legacy, leave your mark on Westlake.
I'll sell you a house over in Westlake, Casey.
No, I know you would.
hey, Casey. Speaking of, how's everything going with Whitfield's Barbecue? You guys ever get the brick and mortar location possibly up anytime soon?
No, I mean I just been crushing on catering, man. I work 7-8 days a month now and make about the same amount of money. So I'm like, I'm hanging out with my family.
Love it.
I'm good. You know what I mean? It's less stress. You know, when I had it all open, man, I'm sitting there Thursday through Sunday, 24 hours a day, except to come home, shower, you know, take a crap, you know, or do whatever, you know what I mean? And, you know, reload on food and everything like that. You know, that was the only time I, you know, Thursday through Sunday for those, you know, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And I was just like, man, this is just like the weekend. You know, I didn't hang out with the boys, couldn't go hunting, couldn't go fishing, none of that. So, you know, just getting everything changed to, you know, straight catering. And I got hooked up with a gentleman named Lance over at Bohemian Barbecue, and I teamed up with him with a bunch of stuff, and things are just, you know, going well. So it's awesome.
Love it. That's great.
Yeah. So I mean, it's nice. You know, we just anybody needs catering, holler at us.
Yeah, I was going to say, you a little busy for the Christmas season, or there's still some time to get.
Yeah, we just got done. We just got done doing all the trail lights for like 12 days straight.
Hell yeah.
They got a bunch of private tents back there where, you know, Tito's and Dell and
Of course.
Perry Homes.
It's Austin. It's corporate now.
Property.
We're corporate.
You know,
city.
Perry Homes was over there. Perry Homes took care of us. A bunch of different people. But no Den Property Group.
I went to Trail Lights.
They didn't have a party on the Trail Lights.
I went there last week with my girlfriend. Usually it was, it was a birthday week tradition since I've been a little
Wait,
kid.
Casey, did you hear that word that he just dropped?
You got a new girlfriend?
Yeah, that's what I was paying attention.
Yeah, I'm locked up again.
You're locked in?
Yeah.
Like, are you Facebook official?
Oh, it was a hard launch on Instagram. You saw that picture.
Yeah, I did.
It was a hard launch on Instagram.
Yeah, but regardless, we went to Trail Lights. She came with me. She's from New Orleans, so
New Orleans.
she went last year, but she went with work or something, so she never had the intimate Trail Lights experience, and it was a little disappointing. I feel like they've taken away.
Is there an intimate Trail Lights experience?
Okay, I'm not talking intimate in that
What are you guys,
sense
like,
of the word. Just
Get on the Ferris wheel a little bit?
Yeah, like holding it. Okay, so I will say,
Held hands the whole way.
She held on my arm. I'm a gentleman. I was wearing
He got
my
her.
nice
He
coat.
got her a hot cocoa when they got there. Put a couple extra marshmallows.
Okay, I
in
did
there.
bring some peppermint schnapps in,
Obviously.
and some Jameson coffee
100 proof?
cheers.
Nice.
And
100 proof?
I'm not. It was. I don't know. I poured a lot in my hot coffee or my hot chocolate, Mexican hot chocolate, a little cayenne pepper.
Ooh.
But what I was gonna say is the food options. Not as many. They didn't have the bonfire that they usually have, which is one of my people hanging out getting drinks
Right.
around the bonfire. It's kind of like the adulty place of it. They did have Donner's Depot, which I appreciated. Play on Don's Depot.
I see what they did there. That's cool.
So that was cool. But we walked out and she was like, "Oh, I'm glad we came," but that was kind of disappointing. And I was like, "Yeah."
She said that.
Well, it's not really a party; it's for kids. You know what I mean? But what the cool thing that what they had for us was it was literally a company rent a tent out, has food, drinks, everyone's there, and they got a free walk of the place, and they.
It's the tailgate guys. It's UT tailgating, is what it is.
Yeah. Speaking of, does UT even have tailgating anymore?
Oh, tailgate guys. You can
no.
You can sponsor corporately.
It's not the same.
Get a nice tent.
Like when I was a little kid and Casey was playing for the Horns, and it was all around the. Well, I forget what entrance. The San Jacinto entrance right there, and kids are playing football. There's like a million tents set up.
Dude, you've got Bevo Boulevard now. Austin City Limits.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Like
thanks,
it just sucks because there's no real tailgating anymore.
What's going to happen next year, guys?
Everybody that tries to do it, they're all across the street, and it's just not the same feel.
What's going to happen next year when all the SEC guys are coming to town making fun of us because of our tailgate situation? Ooh, neat. Bevo Boulevard. That's neat.
Well, they all want to come here. Do you not hear Georgia fans already on their message boards? Like, they Texas tried to schedule us the weekend of F1 and all this other stuff, so we couldn't get tickets. Like, it's like, come on, like you really think we're going that deep?
Hey, Georgia fans, we actually have things to do in Austin other than our college football team.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a ton, and welcome. We can't wait to host you guys. But
I mean, it's the same in the Big 12. Where the Big 12 road trips for Craig Way, he's been doing them for years, and you go to Manhattan, Kansas. What's the coolest? What was the best place to play a road game? Like, just y'all didn't go out or anything, Casey, but just like where?
Not Kansas.
Yeah.
not in that damn state.
Not Manhattan, Kansas. I can promise you that.
I don't think. I mean, now maybe
hell no.
Like Orlando now and UCF would be the best.
You got to think about this. Like the Big 12 is really not a lot of big cities.
Yeah.
I mean, you got
SEC.
Not anymore.
Dallas. You got TCU at Dallas, but if you look at everywhere else, whatever, same thing.
What? So I mean, the second best city now.
The thing about it is Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State's just a college.
Yep.
Missouri's just who wants Missouri? Just they suck. But you look at Baylor. I mean, what are you gonna do at Baylor? Nothing.
Pray.
Texas Tech.
Not dance.
A&M or A&M's not there anymore, but you know what I mean? So it's just like Oklahoma State. Who else is in the Big 12 now? Well, this is when I was playing. Iowa State. What are you going to do in Ames?
Yeah.
I mean, Ames is a really pretty stadium because you kind of just pop in there and there's kind of hills around you. And
Jack Trice Stadium in Ames, Iowa. My brother Jay coached there for a couple of years under Gene Chiswick.
Really?
Yeah, I got a chance to go up there.
How about we talk about that now that you brought up your brother?
Yeah.
He was recently let go.
Indeed. We are no longer a Chargers family.
Fucking thank God we don't have to root for those guys anymore.
Sorry, Herbert.
After freaking the Raiders came in there. I was like, oh, so I have a text feed I should show you. I mean, because it's with our whole fantasy team. There's a bunch of Texans or whatever, and I'm at a catering, and I get starting to get this like ding 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 ding. He should be fired at halftime. He shouldn't even come out the damn building. I mean, that's what everybody was saying in this text chain. I don't even. And then it got to the point of all the guys were like, I bet, and we all started gambling when he was going to get fired. I said, I was like, everyone thought he would get fired once he got off the tarmac, like as soon as they got off the plane. And I took the odds, and I told them they'll be fired the next morning before noon.
What are your thoughts
and that's
on
what
the
happened.
situation, Johnny?
Well, I made $555.
It's not. We were talking earlier. It's not
Sure.
very often that head coaches get fired midseason, but
NFL
the staff
is different. NFL is different than college. NFL is it's cutthroat. They don't give a shit. The owners and GMs like I'll pay the damn money. I don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and,
but what I was going to say is like the head coach gets fired, but usually position coaches stay on the staff just to have some stability. For the rest of the season. That was not the case.
This is them more. What do you call it? This is them saying this is the fault. They're pointing a finger like, oh, it wasn't it was just these people. When it's really like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, here's the reality. Here's the reality of the situation. This is the job you sign up for when you get into coaching, right? You can get fired at any time. You get hired away, but like in regards to this is what the NFL, this is what coaching in general is all about. I had to sit there and talk to my niece, who's a sophomore in high school, whose life just she feels like her life just ended because she now has to move. She has to find new friends. She's a couple years away from college.
But think about the upside about this. And this is what you got to tell you. You're like, you're not going to be in California anymore with those freaking retards. You know what I mean? Like just stupid people.
Well, and she's when you're in high school, obviously,
get her back to Texas. Get her back this way so she's not groomed in all these dumb people. You know what I'm talking about?
She's doing. She's doing all right. She's got good parents and she's a great girl, but it just sucks when you've kind of developed your group of friends and you're about to go through high school with them, and now
when you were growing up and your dad was a coach, how did you?
Same thing. So that was the conversation I had to have with her, was that, hey, listen, I went through this, your dad went through this, your uncle went through this,
And how many coaching job changes did he have when you were still in the house?
When I remember Indiana, he was the head coach at the University of Evansville. In southern Indiana. So I remember being in Evansville. Don't remember being born in Minnesota. We were there for like 3 months.
Okay.
Remember Evansville. Then he got on with John Mackovic at the University of Illinois. So we were there for a couple years. And then we eventually came down to Austin with Mackovic in 1992. So I remember going through that. So at least when I speak to my niece about, hey, this is part of the job, sucks, you're going to lose your friends. But guess what? Back in my day, we didn't have social media. I couldn't stay in touch with my friends that I had made in Illinois when I moved down to Texas because there was none. And
were you in middle school at that point?
Yeah, I was in 7th grade.
7th grade. Oh, that sucks.
So I get it, but as I told her, I was like, you would have never met these friends in California had your dad not been a coach, right? So you got to take the good with the bad, and it happens to every coach. And that's what I don't think a lot of people realize is when you see these staffs getting fired, either at college or the NFL. Yeah, it sucks for the coach, but it's really hard on the family, right? You got to pick up, and you don't know where you don't know where you're going to go. Like Jay could get on with the Texans next year. He could get on with Detroit. He could be in New England. They just have no idea.
And you said his contract's guaranteed for next year too. So if he wanted to, he could just hang out.
But it's really hard if you're an NFL coach.
It's hard if you get this chance.
Yeah.
You double dip. Okay.
Oh no,
if you get
question.
A chance to double dip. You double dip. God dang it.
Right. But as it's really hard that if you get out of it, if you get out of coaching, it's harder to get back in, right? So you don't ever want to take that year off. I was like, hey, maybe PK needs a defensive analyst at the University of Texas. You come down here, learn a little bit from them, be in Austin with the kids. I'd love that because I get to see my nieces and nephew a whole lot more.
He didn't like that idea?
No. Once you get to the NFL, it's different. And here's the difference, because in the NFL, when you're done coaching, like for the day, you go home. You get to go home and see your family and see your kids, and you get a couple hours of normalcy. When you're in college, when you're done coaching, guess what you're doing? You're calling recruits.
7 days a week, 365.
You're on the road. Yeah. Oh, by the way, now
these kids now.
By the way, now you're not only recruiting kids to come to your school, you've got to keep your kids happy. And you got to go out and you got to recruit kids in the portal. Now at the University of Texas, you're not recruiting as many people in the portal. I did see they got 2 really good additions in the portal this year. Sark and them did. They got Matthew Golding, wide receiver from Houston.
But that's the best. But see, that's the best thing about the portal is that you can grab a couple guys a year and fill in some holes.
Yeah. By the way, you know how many high school recruits the University of Colorado and Dion got this year?
How many?
3 or 4.
No.
Yeah, they took 16 transfer kids.
Well, did you see that the number 1 tackle in the nation who went on Colin Cowherd's show, committed, whatever, and it was like, if you ain't with us, you ain't about it. Like, was just talking all that smack.
Neat.
Didn't sign yesterday.
Yeah, there's some trouble going on in Boulder right now.
No way.
Yeah, no, he got on. He gave an interview that was like, I mean, it was a very, he was a well spoken guy. Like, he talked a lot of smack. He had his shades on, his Dion shades, all his Colorado gear. I think he still remains committed to Colorado, but if you're Colorado, you cannot compete NIL-wise with the Texases, the Alabama, like these big-time programs, and they're offering a better product on the field and better coachings. I don't know. We'll see if he goes there, but he did not sign yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was like a hard commit.
If he's the number 1 tackle, that's because he has probably Alabama, probably Texas, probably other guys being like, do you really want to go there? Georgia, you really want to go there?
I mean, yeah, he could go there and start. He could start as a freshman, but you could probably start as a freshman.
Start as a freshman, and then just fizzle out and be a okay guard. You want to come here and win some hardware.
Yeah, what happens? Well, what happens next year if Dion jumps ship and you can obviously enter the portal, but you wasted a whole year of your tape playing with in a inferior conference in the Big 12 than the SEC.
By the way, the NCAA, the SEC, the Big 12, it's all going to change in the next couple of years.
Did y'all hear Chip Kelly's idea?
Yeah. I liked what Chip Kelly had to say. I think there should be 64 teams at D1 and then the other 64 at D2. Let's relegate it.
And you can still play, one non-con game against
let's get into relegation.
Like Champions League, like you have to earn your right to get up to the 64
he didn't necessarily.
The bottom 5.
No, I know he didn't say that. I'm saying that. Like, that's one of the things I love about starting to learn a little bit about soccer is relegation.
Oh yeah.
So like if let's say there's 2 divisions, the top 64 and the bottom 64, okay? Every year 3 teams get knocked down and 3 teams get pumped up.
Doesn't have to be anything crazy. Yeah, 3 teams. I like that.
And then just let them play. Like nothing too crazy, but like relegation could be really interesting in college football.
There's a lot of money in that.
But there's really a thing about that though, but just honestly think about it. Like the bottom 64 teams are not going to be able to compete.
Yeah. And I've said it back in our Big Ugly Tailgate days. I don't know in 20 years from now if TCU is playing college football.
Why?
Because at some point, we have 80,000 living alumni at TCU. If it stays at its current rate, okay, TCU cannot compete with Texas, with Ohio State, with Alabama, with Georgia. They have millions of people, millions of living alumni at those schools, right? So if you leave it,
donate a couple dollars.
Yeah, but if you leave all of the NIL onto the backs of the alumni, as it is right now, I don't think TCU has a team in 20 years. I really don't, and that's horrible. But I think they will change it. Okay, the greatest deal of all time was what the NCAA just did with NIL. It's not on the colleges; it's on the alumni, right? And the schools are still getting their money.
Yeah, but if all these schools left the NCAA,
yeah,
and all that money that the NCAA was making, you put at least a portion of that into a fund where you could pay out.
Absolutely,
that's what would happen.
That's
right?
what I would rather see, where it's blanketed. Everybody's playing by the same rules right now.
Yeah, and you could still get. I would like to see people still be able to get NIL deals,
no doubt.
But if everybody had a base, like, oh, you're getting $60,000 a year, just for playing, in these 65 teams this year,
yeah,
and it's year by year,
no doubt.
It makes sense.
But I don't think we'll ever get there.
Well, I think the biggest issue.
Show me the money
in the NCAA's eyes. Which, I mean, if they left, backtrack. In the universities, like the presidents and the deans or whatever, in their eyes, that would screw over the other sports.
Yeah,
and so there would have to be a fund.
Yeah.
from the football new league, whatever you call it, to support those other sports and have them still get money as well.
Yeah, I think football should be separate from every other sport, because it's the only one that makes a ton of money.
Yeah, I mean, but beyond them, it's March Madness for the. That's it. That's it.
March Madness. That's it. The NCAA does own that. Okay, neat. Let them keep it because it's already set up. March Madness is set up for success, but we need to fix the football stuff, and the kids need to start getting paid on the television rights. Okay, they need to start getting. Hey, you guys make a bowl game, you get a little bit extra. Like all those things. There's a lot up for discussion.
Hey, Casey, I think we're going to take a break. You want to hang out for a sec, or you're busy?
Yeah, I can hang out for another segment.
All right. We'll be right back with more Hook 'em Up / Big Ugly Tailgate.
Come up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Welcome up to Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. No E and Rod B today. They are taking the day off. Well deserved. Hard workers. Ty Henderson here, Johnny Rogers in the studio, and Casey Studdard on the line. You still there, Case?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hey, Case, what's Christmas going to be like? You get a big tree decorated. You got a bunch of presents under the tree. I know your wife's probably going all out.
Yeah, that's already stacked. You know, that's I got the tree, got all that good stuff, got all the family coming over for like a lunch, you know, like a 1 o'clock lunch or whatever, and then they kick their asses out. You know?
So I've been seeing a lot of discussion about this, you know, online. What is a realistic Christmas budget for a family with 2 kids?
Like, what are you spending?
Like,
on
how
the
much
kids?
are you spending? What's the budget? Like, just you know, just thinking, not you necessarily, but just for an average.
Do you have
family
like
of 2 kids.
Do you have like a price per kid, Case, that
You talking about on presents?
Yeah. Are you a big presents family?
You get like a toy. A lot of people do this thing where you get a toy, a book, and clothes or something like that.
Ew. A book?
It's very new age. Is that what your family's doing? I know y'all are really progressive.
I don't know. Shoot, my wife does all the shopping. I just know.
It's a surprise for you too. On Christmas?
Casey's sitting there looking all surprised, just like the kids. He has no idea what they're up to. Hey, it's a baseball bat.
I buy the ammo, the guns,
the lures,
and sports stuff.
The lures,
sports stuff.
Yeah,
the lures, all that stuff. Yeah.
Hey.
And then the wife gets everything else. I don't know what toys or anything like that. I just, you know, I saw this one the other day. Yeah, I got yelled at for 2 hours with my wife for buying my 7-month-old a brand new 30-6. I said, God dang, that's bad.
Wow.
No, but I'll come home. I mean, I'll come home with a couple shotguns, some rifles, and stuff for the kids. But they're all youth models for them to, you know, start learning on and stuff like that. But I mean, a budget. I mean, it's expensive now. I mean, shoot, I'm paying $500 a week on groceries for my family, for a family of 5.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Inflation's a bad
I
mofo.
think we go to Costco once a month, and that's about $600, and that gives us kind of like our snacks and our bulk items. But we go back to H-E-B twice, 2-3 times a month on top of that, just to get vegetables and fruits.
Yeah, I don't even do vegetables and fruits at my house. It's out of the budget.
Oh, come on now, get some asparagus
Well,
going.
I mean,
Throw that in the air fryer, Ty.
I know. I'll go to the grocery store, but I cannot. If I buy more than the stuff for just one meal, it just goes to waste. I forget it's in my fridge.
No, I understand, and I understand that, Ty, because I was the same way when I lived by myself, or you know, I mean, I didn't really start cooking like my parents started cooking until, you know, at the house until, I mean, really we got married. Me and Kim got married or moved in together or whatever. Because usually, you know, it's hard to cook for yourself as one person.
No, definitely. It's a lot different when you're responsible for 4 or 5 people.
Oh, you mean like when you buy like that big thing of like baby spinach and you make like one smoothie?
Oh yeah,
and then like 3 weeks later, that's the only thing that's been taken out of that big batch of spinach.
Just wilted and rotted.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, hey,
let's like wet from this.
Let's get into, you know, we're less than 2 weeks away from the Sugar Bowl, Texas and Washington. I'm sure everyone's itching to hear how pumped up you are for this game, Casey. What are your initial thoughts on how this game's going to play out?
I think we beat their ass personally.
Vegas agrees with you right now. I don't know if an ass whooping of a great proportion is going to happen, but definitely they're favorite, like 4 or 5 point favorites right now.
I honestly think, y'all want my honest opinion?
Sure.
I got Alabama beating Michigan by at least 17 points.
Oh,
really,
Casey? I think you're dead on with that. My opinion.
Because
I think the rumors are already getting out that Harbaugh's going to roll at the end of the season. So I think the kids are just going to.
You don't think I mean, if you have an opportunity to play for a national championship, you're going to play your hardest, regardless of who's coaching you.
I'm
on the
going to tell you
sideline.
this though: Big Ten is trash. Big Ten's trash.
That's true.
Look who they play. They don't play anybody non-conference either until next year. But you got to think about this: it's Ohio State and Michigan, and that's it. They play each other one time, and then who they play for the Big Ten championship? Purdue, Iowa.
Yeah.
Kiss my ass. Big Ten's trash. I'm just saying in general.
No, I think a lot of Big 12 teams beyond Oklahoma and Texas would. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying. So like Penn State, They always had them ranked high. There ain't nothing. They always had Wisconsin ranked high in the beginning of the year. They ain't crap. They're all a mediocre team every year, 8-4 team or whatever it is, 9-win team. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't think the Big Ten's that good. So I don't think that they've played enough competition. I think it'll be tight for a second, but I think Alabama wins by 17. I got Texas by probably about the same.
All right, so let me ask you this: how much better is Alabama right now than when Texas beat them? In your eyes?
Well, just a little bit better. I mean, they just proved themselves. The O-line started blocking better. That's really all they needed.
Oh, Jalen Milroe. I mean, he looked lost against Texas, and he made a push.
He's going against a good.
He made a push to be he was a Heisman candidate towards the end of the year.
He looked
looks
very similar to another guy that used to run around here a couple years ago. He looked similar.
Vince?
Yeah, he can't throw as good as Vince, but when he's running, that's who reminded me.
Gliding, sliding and gliding.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah,
Casey?
I mean, no, I understand that. I mean, I think he's playing good ball. I think he's going to be better next year.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I don't know.
What
Texas does well on defense.
If Texas and Alabama wins, what I think is going to happen is it's going to be a hammer. It's going to be a national championship. It's going to be one of those games where it's going to be a bloodbath.
That would be awesome. I'm booked for that game.
What if Quinn Ewers goes out with a shoulder injury and the All-American freshman has to step in?
A little Tua situation, kind of.
Yeah, a little rinse and repeat from back in 2010.
I trust Arch Manning a lot more right now than I trusted Garrett Gilbert back in the day.
I'm with you.
Just from a knowledge of the offense and comfortability, just being, I think that kid's very confident in himself.
Well, Arch has been here for a year and a half now.
They started Gilbert. They should have put in freaking Sherrod Harris.
And just run the thing around.
Sherrod was a senior. They should have put his ass in there over Gilbert. I think we would have beat Alabama.
Well, if things play out like you're saying, they'll have an opportunity to rectify that loss. And I think that would be that's my. I mean, I don't want to play Alabama. I agree with you. I'd rather play Michigan.
Yeah.
But I think for just a purely badass game, like what I want to see, Texas versus Alabama rematch would be pretty awesome.
No, but the thing about this is Texas beats Alabama twice in 1 year. Y'all can't say shit.
Yeah, you're right. Especially going into the SEC next year.
Yeah, and what do you? And at that point, you can tell you have a recruiting advantage over everybody. Yeah. We just won a national championship, and we beat the quote unquote dynasty of the last at this point 15 years.
Didn't beat Georgia though.
I mean, they beat Georgia every other time besides.
Georgia's only beaten Alabama one time.
Yeah.
Since Kirby Smart.
And it was in the national championship, but we saw Georgia was the number one team all year. And we're going to talk to Dylan Weber in the 10 o'clock hour. He writes for the Atlanta Constitution Journal, the newspaper out there, writes about the Dogs. So I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about them not making the playoffs. But they had no reason to be in there.
Alabama, Georgia, Texas.
Yeah.
So you don't think
Washington, Florida State should both be out?
I don't know. Washington
went undefeated.
They went undefeated.
Pac-12 in a very competitive last Pac-12 season.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
that kind of fizzled.
It
fizzled. It wasn't at the beginning of the year. Like Wazoo was.
Colorado was huge in the beginning.
Exactly. They had a soft non-con schedule. And
but how many games did Colorado end up winning? 4 fucking games.
Yeah.
I'm saying they're trash.
Come on, Casey.
Boy, Casey's keeping Ty on his toes this morning. He's over there just hot button. Dump button. Let's go.
I thought, are we on live? I didn't think we were on air anymore.
No, we're on the radio, live, local, and digital, 1019 FM, 1260 AM.
I can't even hear it. So that makes me mad.
Yeah, it's better.
Hey, Case, we did play our intro, the Big Ugly Tailgate intro, right at the very beginning of the top of the hour. That was pretty cool.
I like it.
No, we're back.
And I think our pal Saypods might be calling in here in a second.
Ooh,
so we'll get him on there.
We just need Jamie Frazier in the house.
Yeah, we need James Frazier. Just see what he's up to. But yeah, what do you? How are you guys feeling? I mean, Texas, Washington.
I think it's good. I think it's gonna be a competitive game at the beginning, but I don't think their bigs can match up with our big, and I think we start dominating them on that end of it. We just got to be able to. They're going to come out swinging, throwing bombs and stuff like that. But we can contain that. I think it'll be a good day for us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we got plenty of time to prep for them, so we know Sark's going to have some shit dialed up. Let's just see if he can, continue that into the second half like he's been doing this year, and I think we'll be fine. It's just we got to be able to handle their receivers. I think that's our biggest thing, is be able to put pressure on that quarterback and not let him run. And I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, Michael Penix is he doesn't necessarily scare me. The receivers scare me. Ryan Watts.
That's what I'm saying.
Ryan Watts should be healthy. Given a month off to recover from his injury. Xavier Worthy should be healthy. But the safeties. My guy Michael Taft
Mookie
has really. He's had a big year, and but he's still not the best coverage guy. We know that. I'm sure he's watching film, trying to get an edge some way somehow. But I trust him more than I trust Jaron Thompson right now. I think it's going to come down to, can Terrence Brooks, Manny Muhammad, and Ryan Watts affect these receivers at the line of scrimmage and just be physical, because these are some big guys. I forget the guy that's going to be a first round pick. He's one of the best red zone targets because he just goes up and gets that thing.
Talk about their wide receiver.
Yeah,
he's a stud.
Yeah, so
he was even being talked about in the Heisman. Mid-season.
The Washington games I watched this year, he took over, and against good competition like Oregon, and they have some athletes on the outside.
Yeah, well, I think Texas has got to get to the quarterback. They've got to have a good. They're not. We know that the front line, defensive line is going to be stout. We got to get pressure on the edge, and we got to keep Penix contained.
Yeah,
you let him outside the pocket, and that's not.
I think the best way to affect, he's not the biggest guy, is just get some pressure in his face right up the middle. Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, they've been doing it all year. Just they're getting the push in the run game, and you're getting the push in the pass rush. And then you let Ethan Berg, Barron Sorrell. I think Anthony Hill's gonna have a big 2 games here. I'm not just talking about, because we're gonna win this first game. He's gonna have his coming out party in New Orleans. I think he probably has 2 sacks. They've been kind of. Anthony Hill.
Oh yeah.
I feel like they've been kind of keeping him secret all year. Now I don't think
junkyard dog.
I don't think PK has used him to his full potential yet.
Well, and Texas will have, I believe they do have Coach Jeff Choate, who's still on staff through the bowl game, and then he takes off to go to Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not going to be holding back.
Choate took the Nevada job.
Yeah, he did.
Well, good for him. He's a good guy.
He's the best.
He's a good dude.
He's the best. And I got a chance at one of the Westlake games. Saw PK was there. Terry Joseph was there. AJ Milway was there. I got a chance to talk to PK. And, he just said it was bittersweet. That's one of his really good friends. I think PK was one of the reasons why Choate came to Austin, to UT. He was a player's coach. Jeff Choate was he was their buddy, but he was also the guy who was in their face if they weren't doing anything right.
Yeah, and this will be the first shakeup in this defensive staff since they've gotten here.
Correct. But it's a good thing. Jeff Choate deserves it. He's
a
great guy. You get your opportunity.
Like we were talking about with your brother earlier. You got to take it.
No doubt.
Hey, but there is linebacker. Your brother's coached linebackers before. Yeah. I know you said he probably wouldn't be interested, but
listen, you got Anthony Hill back there. I think anybody would want to coach him.
Come home.
Yeah. Yeah. Anthony's a stud, man. I was super impressed with him this year. He lived up to the hype. I think over the next 2 years, him, Colin on the outside, it's going to be fun at the University of Texas to watch football.
Hey, let's take a break. I think Saypods is going to join us if you want to stick around for the final segment, Casey.
Get the band.
I got to get rolling, boys. I appreciate it.
All right. Hey, it was good talking to you. I know everybody on the text line is laughing their ass
off.
Yeah,
they're blowing up the text line. Everybody loves hearing Casey.
Hey, you know what? The best part about having the Horn app is when I press the dump button and you don't hear stuff on the radio, you can hear it on the app.
Ooh.
So go ahead and download that if you want to hear more Casey Studdard in the future. Hopefully, we'll get you guys back in studio, get the big ugly tailgate rolling again. But thanks for coming on, Casey.
Absolutely, and everybody out there, man, happy Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. If I don't get back on air before then, and everyone have a blessed Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
and I will talk to y'all soon.
All right, peace out. We'll be right back with more Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. No Ian Rod B today. Ty Henderson and Johnny Rogers for one more segment. Ben Buckman, Saypods will join us next.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Ain't that the truth? Ty Henderson here. Johnny Rogers in studio.
Uptown.
No Aaron Hogan. No Rod Babers. Things are going off the rails. We're having a party.
Kids can play.
It's our last show till next Thursday. We're having fun. And guess who we have on the line? Say Pods.
Hey, Pods.
Ben Buckner.
It's the big guy. What up, bud?
Man, this is nice. This is a good feeling. You get a little Casey.
Little stud.
The crew's back.
Johnny.
Yeah. Ben, how you feeling, bud? Last time I talked to you the other day, you were a little under the weather.
I got a steroid shot.
Nice.
Sore throat's gone away.
You're back.
The COVID's a real thing. The COVID's a real thing.
He's back. He's back.
COVID, the 300th variant. So I got a question for you guys. I didn't really wasn't able to listen too much. What did y'all talk about on Texas versus
Washington?
Washington.
Well, we were talking. It's going to be a tough game. Like I think this is a good
You
matchup
think it's gonna
on
be
both
tough?
sides.
You really think it's going to be tough?
I do. I think it's going to be a great game. I think it'll be. I don't think this is a blowout by any means. I mean, Washington's played some really good football this year.
I think 7 to 10 points. Casey said it would be an ass whooping.
Yeah,
that would say Pods.
I mean, if Texas played the way we played the last two games, it would be an ass whooping. I totally agree.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you. I think Texas right now of all the teams. I mean, Alabama as well. But this train is going. I mean, Texas looks really good. Looks really sharp, in my opinion.
I haven't seen Texas look like this in a long time.
Yeah.
Then what did y'all say about Alabama game?
Butt whooping. Alabama rolls.
I think Alabama wins. I don't know if it's a butt whooping.
Oh, I do. I'm with Casey on this. I think the Big Ten is trash. I mean, TCU beat them last year.
That is true, but then yeah.
I mean, how bad is that?
We haven't talked about that yet. Say Pods.
We're not going to get too much into that.
The fact that I told y'all probably. Fast forward a few months from now, I told y'all last year at that time that TCU would go 5-7 this year. And Johnny tried to play it off. We had a phone call earlier this week where he said that he said that, a lot of players are leaving. He kind of agrees with me, but I told him, I was like, no, you didn't. You
That is false because, and I quote, I brought up the text message, Ty, and the text message was
was that to me?
No, this was on a separate thread. This was the Austin Premier League thread. And we were having a discussion back in September, and I said, this is a different team. I think the Horns have a legit shot at the playoffs. On the thread, I have 3 people that laughed at me that said no way. And and I said, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid for sure, but for good reason. Texas finally has the depth to compete at the highest level and no doubt the talent. Laugh all you want. I have nothing to gain by saying this, but don't be shocked if the Horns are 10-2 or better.
Yeah, I mean, I said they would go undefeated, and I said TCU would go 5-7. So, am I?
I don't remember. I don't know. I think this is selective recall. Do you agree with me, Ben? This is a very selective recall you got here.
That's not what happened at all. I told you this, and I also have a friend who's he's a lot like you, but just
good looking,
went to TCU from Austin, very personable guy.
Did he rent his friends like I did in college?
Yeah, he did. I met a lot of his Punch brothers. I think that was the case.
That was what my brother said. They were like, "Oh, you rent your friends."
But he was like you, where he pulled. Actually, I commented on his post last year after the national championship. He went to all those every game that whole year. He had a long post, and I said TCU 5-7 2023 record, and he sent it to me and said, "Hey, I'll say it how it is when it happens. You were right."
Yeah, it was. I mean, TCU lost a ton. I mean, there were 3 guys that got drafted by the Chargers.
I mean, how disappointed were you when? Oh yeah, how's Quentin Johnson doing?
Yeah, not good. Not good.
What do you have, like 200 yards receiving this year?
Maybe. I didn't get it, and it wasn't like they weren't trying to throw him the ball.
He was dropping passes.
Well, I mean, he's a rookie, right? Like he's going to learn. He'll get better. Hopefully, I don't care too much.
Hopefully he doesn't.
He's with the Chargers. To hell with him.
Yeah, screw him.
Not him specifically. I meant the team.
The organization.
Yeah. Actually, I don't even want to say that because hey, they hired my brother. I'm very thankful for that.
There's the check still cash.
But when you're loyal when you're a loyal coach and the guy you're loyal to gets fired, you're probably not too far behind.
Hey, Sapods, what have you been up to? You been playing some golf?
Hey, well, not too much in this weather right now. I got one more for you.
Okay.
Where do you think Xavier Worthy is in the draft?
I know he's projected first round right now.
Yeah.
I would love to see him go to the
10?
Chiefs. No, not top 10. I'd say probably
top 15,
17 to 30.
I think he's a 15 to 20.
Yeah, imagine him on the Chiefs though. They don't have any receivers right now.
Arizona.
That dude. I mean,
later.
he's got a little Tyreek Hill to him
Yeah.
with the ball in his hands.
No doubt. He's a really good player when he catches the ball.
And he's been
healthy.
catching the ball
And he has
for the
been-
most part.
Yeah, don't
Like,
ask.
Alabama, what did I think I texted y'all during the Alabama game. I had a few during that game, but I was like, he's dead to me. Like after he dropped that first out route.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know me and Sapods agree on that. He probably what do you have like 25 drops his first 2 years on campus?
Last year was the year.
He had a good year, but what is he? This is his 6th year he's been playing.
No, it's his 3rd year.
3rd year.
I like AD Mitchell more though as
I
an
do too.
NFL receiver.
He is a stud.
I mean, I think he is our best receiver.
I agree.
I agree.
Right now and in the NFL. I'm featuring him number one, but I know Sark loves X-Man, and he's been here the whole time. He's familiar. Him and Quinn are boys.
But the Chiefs absolutely need some help at wide receiver.
Yeah. Right now, I mean, Rashee Rice is their best receiver at SMU, and he's leading the league in drops.
And the only thing Kansas City is doing the same thing that New England did with Tom Brady. They have a superior quarterback who can make chicken salad out of other things. And that's what Tom Brady did. Tom Brady never had really a number one awesome receiver except for
Randy Moss.
Except for Randy Moss.
But he also had Wes Welker, Damian Amendola,
those guys weren't number ones.
Julian Edelman. Yeah, but he trusted them.
I agree.
He always had someone he trusted, and he had Gronk, the best tight end ever. Yeah. So it's like there's no one like that besides Travis. I mean, he has Travis Kelce. Arguably, maybe could go down as the best tight end ever. But
that's what I'm saying. They just need a couple. They need some quick.
He doesn't have that fast twitch weight room guy. The ball coach's son. You know, he doesn't have that guy. And they thought it was going to be Sky Moore. He's kind of fits that mold. And no,
it's not Kadarius Toney.
Kadarius Toney's straight up losing them games at this point.
Yeah, he's gone. he's gone after next year.
I mean,
or after this year.
If the Chiefs do draft Xavier Worthy, which I hope they do, because I know he would do well there. He does need to learn how to catch the ball fully. He's there.
When he's healthy, he's
80%.
He's a very dynamic player.
Yeah. But I'm still, when I see that ball in there, I'm like, please catch it, please catch it, please catch it. Ben, what do you think? Final score, Washington, Texas.
Oh, I don't know. I'm thinking 2 touchdowns, 14 points, maybe 21. If Quinn comes out, if we come hot like we did last game, it could be game over. Our secondary, I have a good feeling about Texas.
I do too.
This is I think playing Washington's better than playing one of the other 2 teams, and then I don't know. Alabama is a way better team than when we played them too. So
I say 34-28 Horns is my prediction.
I like that.
I think it's that big of a game.
No, they're going to score. Washington's defense isn't all that.
I think it'll be a high-scoring game. I think Texas ends up winning by about 10 points when all said and done.
All right,
guys. I just want you to have a good Christmas, guys. Everybody,
love you, Pods.
Happy holiday.
Yeah,
love you guys.
You too. Hey, go Shaps.
Go Shaps. Thanks for having us on this morning, Ty.
No, I appreciate it. Both of you. It was a lot of fun.
Love you, bud.
Love you too.
Say Pods.
All right, see you, Say Pods.
Adios, mofos.
Yeah. Johnny, thanks for coming on. Casey, thanks to you if you're still listening. I doubt you are. I loved hitting that dump button 20 times during that. It was a good time. Once again, if you want to hear the undumped, unedited version of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby every day, they don't cuss nearly as much, but today it was awesome. Download the Horn app. You hear everything. Live, local, and digital, AM 1260, 1019 FM. Here we go. Hour number 3. Justin Simmons, first segment. Let's get it. Welcome back to Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. No Ian Rod B today. Ty Henderson here. Brock Bollinger back in studio. Thanks to Johnny Rogers. Oh, I know you don't care, Brock. Thanks to Johnny Rogers, Casey Studdard, Ben Buckman, Saypods for coming on last hour. No, it was fun. It was fun.
Got to hear Casey drop an F-bomb.
Yeah, a lot of fun stuff planned for today. We, of course, had those guys. We heard a little bit from some interviews earlier in the week with CJ Vogel in the 6 o'clock hour. Jacob Stannard came on, talked a little Cowboys. We had a nice little argument. He kind of contradicted himself. He found out about home field advantage.
Yeah, that was wild.
So
he was like, well, have you ever noticed how when they're at home you can hear the cadence, but then when they're away, like it's just so loud that you can't?
We love you, Jacob. We love you. Yeah, that was fun. And we have more planned for the rest of the day. This hour, we're about to go to an interview with Justin the Smash Simmons, formerly of the Wagner Wire. You heard him on Sundays for a long time here on the Horn. And also, next segment, we'll talk with Craig Flowers. Hopefully try to get a morning story from him, a little inspiration here on a Friday, the last Friday that we'll have before Christmas, and the last show we'll have until next Thursday when Ian Rod B will return, and we will start our coverage of the Washington, Texas Sugar Bowl.
You know how on SNL, the last show before Christmas, they do the joke swap? And that's like their big thing they do right before Christmas.
I'm not going to lie. I haven't watched SNL in a long time.
Yeah, so last show before Christmas, they write each other jokes that
and they make them,
the other person's never seen before, and they make them read it on air. And it's hilarious, right? But it's like a tradition, like, you know, the last show before Christmas, that's what they do. Well, this is our last show before Christmas. We're bringing back the Blitz.
For one day?
For one day only. Hopefully we don't get in trouble.
No. No one. Hey, Aaron's not listening. It's okay. He's not. We won't tell him about it. 9:50. We will have a blitz. So get your calls ready. Let's make it good. You know, it's a one-time thing. And until the next time that me and Brock host this show, but who knows when? Because we've had a good show so far.
I don't think we'll be asked back. Honestly,
we'll see. We'll see how we finish out the last 2 hours here. But without further ado, let's take it to the Vaqueros hotline with Justin the Smash Simmons. What's up, Justin?
Y'all sound good. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I think to give you guys your own show at some point.
Well, considering Casey just dropped an F-bomb.
Did it slip through? I saw someone on the text line said it slipped through.
Man,
I hit the dub
Friday. Everybody else took the day off.
Oh,
no
I know.
worries.
I know. Why? That's why we're here. That's why we're here. But we're happy you're here, Justin. How you been, dude? It's been a while since we've been on the air together. Yeah, no problem.
I know, man. I missed it. But let me say congratulations to your Horn. Good teams win. The great teams covered. And Texas has been covering for me a lot this year, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah, Brock. So if you didn't know, I actually introduced Justin to sports betting last year.
Really?
And it sounds like you're still going strong, or at least going.
It's enough to where I'm not using my own money for fun, so I can't complain.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, and that's all it is. Is I've gotten away from my life or death bets on Sundays where I come in and I'm like, guys, Justin Wags, like I don't know if I lose these bets today, I might be done.
That is called addiction.
Yes,
that is.
Yes,
called
and we've worked.
Yeah, man.
Now we're just you place a $10 wager here and there, just to like last night when I had both the Spurs and the Pistons lose. I'm sure you're familiar with their records this year. They're both off to atrocious starts.
What did you even play?
I mean, the Detroit Pistons were actually favored by a point, so I took
no way.
I took Utah, and I took. Who did the Spurs play? It was the Bulls, Chicago.
Yeah,
-4.5, and then just had a little parlay. Make a little quick buck. Free dinner.
And it hit.
It hit. Yeah, of course they lost.
So how much you wagered? Those quick parlays.
Well, yeah, I'm still making parlays, which is probably my biggest issue. But no, I made like $30. I put like $10 on it. No biggie. Just fun. And like
we gotta discuss it at some point when it comes to soccer though, because we were talking about it before the whole stuff happened, and I'm like, yeah, I've really done well, surprisingly.
Betting soccer?
Yeah, like
see, that's where I lose my money. That's what because I like soccer and I try to pay attention as much as I can. But with all the stuff with the Longhorns constantly going on, the Cowboys, based the
know, but it's been a
Rangers,
good
the
weekend
Rangers.
this year.
You're a Rangers fan, aren't you?
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Let's
I actually
go.
went to the Astros versus when the Astros hosted Game 2 and the Rangers won in Houston. I actually went to that game.
Hell yeah. No, that was
Yeah.
an awesome run. It literally brought tears in my eyes when they won. I never thought I'd see the Rangers win a World Series. They're my third favorite team. Professional wise, we got the Cowboys, the Mavericks, and the Rangers. But let's talk about the Mavericks for a sec. You been paying attention at all this year? Are you still
You know it.
Yeah, you are? Okay. Yeah. I haven't been watching much NBA, but whenever I can watch the Mavericks, which in Austin this year, they aren't blacked out on NBA League Pass. So I've been able to see.
Yeah, the Spurs are, right?
Yeah, the Spurs are. But usually we're blacked out for both. And somehow this year it's different. So I've been very appreciative. I think it has something to do with the Bally Sports deal. I don't know if they're even still with them. But what are your thoughts on the season so far, Justin?
Hey, man, so far it's so good. If anything, this all goes back to the offseason with the GM and Nico and what he was able to do, kind of wheeling and dealing behind the scenes in order to put them in the position to get Derek Lively, who they drafted with their first pick this year. And then you still got Omax Prosper, who's in the G League. He's bouncing up and down. But, I mean, that bench, this is probably the team that has had the most depth. And, they made that play to re-sign Kyrie Irving in the offseason. And I know he's out right now with the foot injury, but, I mean, they are a really good, dangerous offensive team with him in the lineup. Obviously, the shortcomings still come on the defense end. But with Williams being signed in the offseason, he's gotten a little cold from the three-point line, but his defense, his motor's still there. The big concern for me is, can they sustain throughout the rest of the regular season? Right now, they're above the NBA play-in tournament, so they would qualify for the playoffs automatically. But
we got a long way to
Luka
go.
Being a dad, yeah, man, and we're not even to Christmas Day yet. All-Star break is really where I think it's kind of like baseball. I don't know how it works for baseball fans. I like all sports, so it's really hard to divide my time. So I get into NBA a lot more right at the All-Star break. I assume that's how most people view it, but that's how I am for baseball also. It's like I kind of ignore the hot starts. I kind of look at the All-Star break and see how you do after that. That's really going to determine how the rest of the season is going to go, obviously.
Yeah, and I agree with you on the Derek Lively point. I wasn't the biggest fan of that move in the draft when it initially happened. I know they tanked towards the end of last year to get into the lottery and kind of gave up on the season, and they drafted Lively out of Duke, who was the number one recruit in his recruiting class going into college. But he I guess it might have been just the system he was in, John Shire being a first-year head coach at Duke, but he didn't really show me what he's showing me now. I mean, he's a legitimate starting center in the NBA as a rim protector and a rim runner. Playing with Luka, it's one of the most natural fits that I've seen in Luka's time with the Mavericks.
Oh, it's been one of the best pairings he's had. I mean, granted, if Kristaps could have played and stayed healthy, because we're seeing what he's able to do in Boston, and that's why they're in the lead in the Eastern Conference and in their division. I mean, he's been a big factor of that, even though that they still need to add depth because they're going to look to make some changes during the trade deadline. They came out and said that already. So Boston can even be more dangerous. And I don't know if they're the favorite right now, but it really does feel like it, at least from what I've seen.
They're the most complete team, I'd say. I mean, Al Horford's, 40 years old at this point, and he is still just a defensive menace. That guy, he can cover 1 through 5 on the perimeter. I mean, not point guard as well, obviously, but and he still has an offensive game. He hits open threes, and he's still effective around the basket. Kristaps has been a surprise there for me, though. He hasn't really worked out anywhere, but it seems now that he's probably the third or fourth option on that team. That
he said that.
Yeah, and I think he's finally accepted it. Before
he came out and said that.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, you're right. He came out and said that in an interview a few weeks ago. He accepts that he's like, I'm not a number one. He's barely even a number 2. But as the third best guy on your team, oh man, I don't think you can fire a third best guy because again, he accepts the role now.
Yeah, and it's having
And
having a guy
frequently-
like him, if you can keep him healthy, is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Having him with the Mavericks, that was always the issue. It didn't really ever seem like him and Luka got along too well. Which all of us dumb Americans just were like, oh, he's from Latvia, he's from Slovenia. I'm sure they're both European. I'm sure they'll be best friends. Like it doesn't always play out that way.
No, not necessarily. And Kristaps is still a little bit younger. I'm sure he still decides. All these guys are the 1% of the top players in the entire world. So the competitiveness, the level of that, of being like, I'm the main dog, I'm the big guy, has to go through everybody's head, unless you're like the 12th guy on the bench.
No,
if
definitely.
you're starting, you're assuming you're the number one option.
Hey, so we are going to play some Smash or Pass here in the segment here in a minute. Dude, should we play we should play the intro, right? I think Wags would be okay with that. When it happens, I'm gonna play it. I'm making all kind of. We're having a blitz today, Justin. The blitz is back.
Yeah, you guys are going. I know, I appreciate it. You're going old school. I don't mind hearing music every now and then. And it's the Christmas edition. We went through a lot of trouble for this.
Yeah, no, it's been a tough year for everybody, but I mean, I'm sure everyone's happy to know we're all still friends. So it.
Yeah.
But I had one more question before we got to that. I know you continued to do a lot of St. Edward sports this year. Do you want to talk about some of those teams and how that was?
Oh, definitely. Of course, big shout out to my athletic director, Debbie Taylor, and everyone there at St. Edwards University. And, of course, a shout out to head coach of the Texas Longhorns, Rodney Terry, the former Hilltopper himself, former player at the Hilltop, for inviting the Hilltoppers to play Texas in exhibition play at the Moody Center this year. I've never seen so much St. Edwards blue and gold, but that was in the city of Austin, all in one place. So that was really cool to see.
So you got to call that game?
But they were
for St. Ed's?
No, I didn't get to, but it's just one of those things where it's like, hey, I've been working with that university in some capacity for over a decade now. God, I feel old. But but I mean, I always like to say for the people in Austin, like, hey, if and they said it on that broadcast as well, that Galindo did, if UT's on the road during basketball season, take a look down south off of South Congress Avenue, and if the Hilltoppers are playing, you get a good college matinee because you'll have the women and the men play right after. And honestly, right now, it looks like the women are going to be a strong contender. They got two freshmen that are probably the best freshmen I've ever seen at SEU on the women's side. And then for the men, they have the returning freshman player of the year in Sean Elkington, and he's just getting better this year. So, I mean, he's a walking double-double, and he's been dominating guys you probably wouldn't think he'd be able to dominate because they play against West Texas A&M, Texas A&M Kingsville, teams that have been going really far in the national tournament. The Lone Star Conference is littered with good basketball. So if you ever have a free weekend, come on down to the Hilltop and see some good basketball.
Oh, hell yeah. Shout out to St. Edwards. You ready to get to Smash or Pass?
Oh, yeah, man. Always ready.
Let's hit it.
Old school.
Shout out to Wags. Shout out to Sam Pikachu. It's been a while.
Man, shout out.
I mean, it seems like a decade for me now when I took over for Sam on y'all's show because I mean that was my first opportunity to get on the air. I'm eternally grateful to you and Wags for giving me the opportunity to get comfortable on a mic. So just want to say that before we get this started.
Nah, dude, well appreciated for all your hard work. And, it goes to show that it does pay off. If you keep on putting in the work, it's not going to come when you want it to come, but it will come eventually. So if you're out there in the tough rut, you just got to have that mindset. I think it'll pull through.
Yep.
Wouldn't you say so, Ty?
Yeah, definitely. Grinding, not saying no to being asked to do extra things. It'll get you places in life. And hey,
yeah.
Now we're hosting a radio show, Barack. Here we go. Hey, Justin, do you want to give for the people that didn't listen on the Sundays, whatever you should have. You want to give them the rules of Smash and Pass here, the lowdown?
Very loose rules here because I'm the one that keeps score, but I'm going to give you a question. I'm going to relate it to in a question form, and you can either smash, which means that you agree with it, or you can pass, which means that you're really going to pass on it, like you have no desire. And whoever has the best answers, obviously wins the game, at least in my eyes.
All right.
So obviously Brock is playing, Ty is playing, and then if you have anybody playing at home or in the car, they can text you on the text line, I still assume.
Yeah, the text line is that number is 512-447-3776. 3776 512-447-3776.
There you go.
All right, go ahead, Justin. Let's get it started.
I was told by Ty yesterday that this should be a holiday edition Smash or Pass. And so for all you fine listeners out there, I went ahead and drank a lot of beer to get through all of this, to give you the talking points for today. So let's start off with an easy one. Smash or Pass, let's start with Ty. Candy canes. I don't know. Sometimes I like the way they taste. Other days I'm like, man, that's way too much. And they come in multiple flavors. But I'm just talking about like the peppermint ones. The ones with the red stripes.
So is this like the actual candy cane itself, or are we just talking like peppermint flavoring?
No, we're talking about like the candy cane, shape, taste, and all. Do you smash or pass candy canes? Do you like seeing them out in public? Do you like eating them? You know, that all has to be taken into account here.
I'll halfway smash. I'll have a candy cane. I don't enjoy it, but I do. Like yesterday morning, I got a iced coffee from Chick-fil-A, and I got a little peppermint flavoring in there, and it was pretty good. And I've been drinking a lot of peppermint schnapps recently with hot chocolate. So I do like peppermint.
No wonder you're smashing.
Yeah. That's definitely taken place. Brock?
I was going to pass, but after thinking about the schnapps.
Well, this is, like you said, this is the candy cane itself.
Okay.
Do you eat a candy cane at least one candy cane a year?
I do not.
So, okay.
I'm going to pass. I am going to pass. I can't get over like the visual of just shoving a candy cane down your throat.
We could go a lot of different ways with that.
Yeah, so
all right.
I'm a pass on that one.
So totally understandable, man. It's like I like the idea of the candy cane, but then if you actually have to eat a whole candy cane, like a regular size one that isn't a miniature one, then it's just too much,
hard
man.
pass on the full size candy cane. I'm only minis.
Yeah, easily. And sticking with that, let's move on a little bit here. Smash or pass, alcoholic eggnog.
Ooh, hard smash. I love me some eggnog with a little like rum chata in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna smash.
Do you make
too.
it yourself, or do you buy the pre-made?
I'll buy it. Like I don't get the HEB brand. I will say I'm not a fan of theirs, but they do. HEB does carry some very good. I forget what it's called, but they do have. I know what it looks like. They have a really good jug, like it's a glass bottle of eggnog.
Glass bottle.
Okay.
Yeah, or like a moonshine jug.
Like a cart?
No,
carton?
no. That's what you're getting high quality here, bro.
Okay, all right. I'm also gonna smash because I feel like that's the only thing that I can drink at like the family Christmas party that like people don't look at me like I'm an alcoholic.
Only like you can only drink like 2 of them though, because at that anything past that you're.
No, that's what I'm saying though. If you're drinking eggnog, I feel like you can just keep going.
It's in the same. You know? Well, no. Well, you can drink eggnog. I'm saying only drink 1 or 2 of them because your stomach's gonna feel like crap if you drink more than that.
Okay.
It's in the same group as category as White Russians for me, which I love. Right. That's my drink of choice at the bowling alley, of course.
There's a limit though. There's definitely
bowling
a
alley?
natural limit.
Yeah, I'm in the bowling league, bro. Come on. All right, Justin, what's next?
You're in
What do you?
bowling?
Yeah,
That's
do,
awesome.
do you smash? I have 3 bowling balls in my car right now.
Good. You gotta show me what's up.
Yeah, we need to hit up Highland Lane soon. What do you like? Do you like eggnog, Justin, or alcoholic?
Yeah,
eggnog?
I do definitely. Yeah, I do. I'd be all over this, but 1 or 2, and I'm done after that. Again, everything better in moderation.
Of course.
Let me ask you, fellas, because you guys are the young ones, and you guys have to go out on dates, and I'm sure that your listeners have families. I'm a single man, so I never have to worry about this type of deal. But smash or pass, taking and sending out Christmas card pictures.
I was. If I had someone approach me, I used to have a nice camera. If I had someone that was willing to do it for free, like a roommate or a friend, to get me and my dogs together for a nice photo with a Christmas sweater on, yeah, I'm for that. Maybe not to send out the physical cards because that costs money, and I don't have much of that. But I saw yesterday one of my friends. It was a half jokingly, half lovingly. He has 2 younger brothers, and they're all in their 20s, and they took pretty intimate Christmas card photos, and he just posted on Instagram, with like 5 of them there, and I thought it was pretty funny. I threw it a like. I was like, I wish me and my brother, we should have done that. So smash.
I'm gonna go.
Okay. Hey,
I'm gonna go half smash, half pass because I feel like it's weird to do it unironically unless you have a family.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Take the funny angle. If done,
Yes. Have you seen the ugly Macy's like photo shoots where you like dress up in like the most ugly clothes you can find and then do like weird poses?
Yeah,
that would be my kind of Christmas
something
card
like that.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, see, if you're gonna put in the effort though, that's cool. I just like every time that you have to get like the matching color scheme and stuff, and then you have to take like an hour to do it. I don't know. It just seems like a whole lot of trouble, and then having to decide who gets the card and who doesn't if you're going to actually send it out.
Yeah,
I didn't think about it the way that Ty said it, where it's just like, oh, I can just post it. I forget we live in the future.
Yeah, the whole money. I would send out cards if it was like a nickel a card, but it ain't.
Is it not?
No.
I don't remember the last time I've like ever sent anything in the mail.
You've never sent anything in the mail.
No, I have before. I just don't. It's been so long. Like I just email.
Hey,
Like,
earlier
why would you send a
sidebar,
letter?
Justin. During a break earlier, Brock kicked the like desktop computer at his feet. He's sitting in front of a monitor, and he had to.
Yeah.
He was like, "What is this called?" Like he was like, I was like, "What'd you hit over there?" And he literally couldn't tell me that he thought the monitor was the computer.
Oh, well, how else was he supposed to know? I mean, like, when was the last time he seen a desktop?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you kidding? Okay, whatever.
To be fair though, like when I was a kid, you remember when you'd be like, "Oh, I'm going to get on the computer. I'm going to the computer room."
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a while ago. That's why I don't remember that though, because I
fair.
haven't done that since like 2008.
Well, when you grew up in the days of actual internet connection at 56K, where you had to use it on the phone line, you remember there was a literal computer room that was
I remember dial up. But hey, Justin, we got time for one more, so pick your best one.
Oh, best one. Okay. So in Japan, it is customary that they eat KFC on Christmas Day. So they put in reservations for this meal. So smash or pass KFC for Christmas dinner.
I do know in Japan that the fast food is a lot higher quality. So I don't think it's the same KFC we're getting here. Maybe
let's just assume it is.
Maybe if I was in Japan and I wanted some American food on Christmas, sure. But here, no, I'm not a fan of. I'm Popeyes through and through. So pass.
I am hard
Good
smashing
answer, man.
on this one. I feel like the only Christmas dinner, like if you're gonna go buy something from like a restaurant, the only place that would be better than KFC would be Luby's.
I love me some Luby's. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, but there's like, it's like an endangered species now. There's like, what, one Luby's in Austin?
There's still old people out there. Luby's will be around forever.
Yeah, but no, they.
I don't know, man.
they
The
filed
turnover rate's got to be
bankruptcy,
insane. But
No. All right. Are you? Would you drink that, or would you eat KFC for Christmas dinner, Justin?
Yeah, because the way you described it, see, this is why you're way smarter than I am. Because I have been overseas and I've eaten at KFC, and like it slaps overseas, but here in America, it's just like the quality is just not the same.
what is wrong with y'all, dude? KFC slaps anywhere.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
We can
No, it does
agree to
not, my
disagree on
friend.
that.
All right.
As you get older, your body will let you know it does not slap.
I'm feeling that more and more every day now, Justin. Hey, thanks, man, for coming on.
Sorry, bro.
It was good to catch up with you. I hope one day to have your voice back on the station because we miss having you every week.
Oh, man, pleasure. It was all mine speaking to you and all the listeners once again. Hey, you guys, thank you again for having me. Have a wonderful holiday, and good luck to the Horns in 2024.
Hell yeah.
man.
Merry Christmas, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Merry Christmas.
All right, there's Justin the Smash Simmons. You heard him every Sunday on the Wagner Wire with Adam Wagner. That was Smash or Pass. That was a lot of fun. We're having a good time this morning. It's a little bit of a throwback Friday. Next up, another throwback. Every Saturday morning, you heard him on the High Ground. Craig Flowers coming on, hopefully to tell us a morning story. I would only hope that he would have something, to really get us through this Friday, get us through to next Thursday when Ian Rodby return. Live, local, and digital, AM 1260, 1019, the Horn app. You can hear us anywhere.
Good morning, Ty Henderson. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Allons-y.
All right. Good morning, Texans.
Oh, good morning, Texas, and good morning, Texans, and everybody. Get near as fast as you possibly can. But remember why you're coming and watch your left, and don't mess with Texas. Yes, indeed. There are a lot of states that may be great, but as we know, there's only one great state.
I wish I had the drop for it right there, but thank you.
There you go.
Mr. Flowers, Greg Flowers, former host of the High Ground here. Hope to have him back soon in some capacity. How are you doing, sir?
Great. Good morning. Good morning to you both. I've been listening. Your finger's going to be sore in the morning from the drop button with Casey a little bit earlier, but that was warmed my heart a little bit. And that opening, I wasn't expecting that, so I had to make sure that I could access my hard drive and recall that opening. But that kind of warmed my heart for this
there you go.
holiday season. That was great. I hope the listeners that are there this morning enjoyed a kind of a recall back to earlier in the 2023 year.
Oh, we've been doing it all morning. It's been a really fun Friday.
This is like a reunion episode.
I know.
Honestly.
I know. It's good stuff. How you been? You got any horses racing this weekend?
I'm glad you brought that up. We actually we do. It's a Saturday at of all places, the fairgrounds in New Orleans. Race 11 and race 12 back to back. Our now 3-year-old Confidence Game, who ran in the Kentucky Derby and we lost. We finished 10th. He runs in a big race at 5 p.m. This is part of the Don't Tell My Wife stables. That now we've got the attention of the big boys. I'll tell you that, Ty, because we've got a young up-and-comer 2-year-old who's running right after the 11th race and the 12th race at 5:30, the same place, Fairgrounds in New Orleans, and his name is Next Level. And Next Level is running actually for Derby points because, as we know, 2-year-olds run, 22-year-olds run in the Kentucky Derby, and he's a great, promising horse. It's got a lot of speed. His odds of getting in the Kentucky Derby now, I saw last night, are down to 1 in 120. I think this is a blind spot for anybody that follows the horses, by the way, because I was out at Del Mar when Next Level ran a race. He finished 3rd and had some points for the Belmont Stakes, but then 3 weeks later he was running to get into the Belmont Stakes, and we're watching it live on TV. We're not at Del Mar at this point. And when the gate opened, he was the favorite. He stumbled and he went to both front knees. And at that point, our jockey, Kent DeSormo, Keith DeSormo's our trainer, they're brothers. Kent, the jockey, just said, okay, you're too valuable. You're a 5-star athlete. We're not going to risk the Belmont when we've got a chance at the Derby. And so he backed off the throttle and just kind of coasted and got him a workout around the track. So he's kind of a sleeper for those that are paying attention. So the fairgrounds at New Orleans this Saturday at 5 p.m. and 5:30. Don't Tell My Wife stables, a local Texas stables that kind of threw together a little bit of money and went out and got some value horses. We're going to be running in the fairgrounds this Saturday, and I'm fired up about that. Our 3 daughters are going to be with us during the holidays, and so we'll gather around with some eggnog and watch this back-to-back races. So we're excited about Next Level, and he's one to pay attention to as we start to think about the 2024 Kentucky Derby.
That's exciting stuff. I know.
You never finish first when you're the one on your knees, but
we had a good time following Confidence Game last year, and that was the first Kentucky Derby I actually watched. Through and through. Made a few bet, didn't make much money, but it was cool seeing y'all out there, and I know y'all had a good time.
We did, and if you go back and look at that race, we were in the 4-hole and we led the race going into the first turn. We did a little after-action review, after-action report after the race, and what we realized is that our jockey, who's a Hall of Fame jockey, he went with the wrong group, and we went with a group into the first curve. We're leading the race, and the group we needed to be with was that group, that little pod, if you will, that's sitting right behind us. And everyone that was with us going into the first curve ended up finishing behind us. And, of course, the Mage, the syndicate-owned Mage, won the race. But it was exciting. The window opened around the back curve, and our pony just didn't have the juice that he typically has. But what we need confidence game to do now as a 3-year-old is to win a Grade 1 stakes race, because that's where he'll really set himself up for an incredible NIL deal. So if he can win big, and we still think he's got 2 years of great running, but obviously he's out of when you're that old, at 3 years old, you're not running in the Derby. So exciting stuff. Glad you guys followed along. And Next Level's a horse that you need to pay attention to as we kind of look over the horizon at 2024.
Awesome stuff. I'm real excited to follow along. I didn't realize y'all were going to be in New Orleans. I'm going to be in New Orleans soon for the Sugar Bowl, obviously, but I think I'm also going to attend Mardi Gras this year. Ooh. For the third time.
Yeah, I'll tell you, and I know how much you love that. It's funny how perspectives change as you get older. In I think it was 1984, New Orleans hosted the World's Fair, and I was working for Delta Airlines at the time during the summer. I was at TCU and was loading bags and unloading bags in the San Antonio International Airport, mostly Southwest and Mexicana flight airlines. Worked for them with Delta Airlines, and they sent us to do some training in New Orleans during the World's Fair in '84. And I recall being there, and it was a wild time, especially for then. I think I may have been 21 at best. But as you get older now, I'm sitting on 59, going down to New Orleans and having, 20, 30 folks asking me that they can bet me that they know where I got my shoes is not something that I look forward to like you do. But you'll have a ball down there, and I'm sure you'll have a hurricane or one. So,
or a few, or 12. We'll see. I'll definitely come back with some good stories.
Oh, no question. Your stories are always remarkable, and there's going to be. Speaking of stories, I was just in Fort Worth last week for our TCU alumni annual luncheon, baseball luncheon at Joe T. Garcia's, cash only, and it was great to be reunited with about 35 teammates, one of which is the bench coach for the Cincinnati Reds. They got on a late streak this past season. Freddie Benavidez, he's the bench coach there. He'll be a general manager at some point. Freddie was our shortstop. He's out of Lufkin, Texas. Went to Nixon High School, so I hadn't seen him in many years. But Lance Brown, one of our head coaches, was there, and we had a great little reunion right near the Drover Hotel, which is if you've been to Fort Worth lately, you got to at least go into the Drover, because the decorations are like nothing I'd ever seen in a hotel. The Drover is a remarkable place. Great weekend getaway up there in Fort Worth. But the Longhorns are going to host those Horned Frogs the 19th and the 21st of April in Austin this year, and it's my belief that TCU and the Longhorns are going to battle for the Big 12 championship. That's going to be a critical 3-game set.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought much about Texas baseball. I haven't thought much about anything besides Texas football in the past 2 months, or really since things had really started to get ramped up towards the end of the year with the championship aspirations. But I'm excited. I love going out there and watching every year it kind of feels like you're meeting a new group of kids. There's always some young players coming in. You might not hear about baseball recruits as much when they commit and stuff, but Texas and TCU probably two of the top 2 teams in the Big 12 this year competing wise.
I think so. As I look at our roster and see the arms that we're going to roll out and the talent that the Longhorns have, it's pretty evident to me that Kirk Saarloos on our side at TCU is kind of assembled, and it's really hard. Hard to put together with the restrictions in baseball scholarships. You really now got to rely on, the NIL stuff, or, look at Skeens. Skeens last year when LSU won the national championship. Skeens was a pitcher at the Air Force Academy, and then LSU, draws him out of there before, if you go to a military academy, you don't have a military commitment until the first day of your junior year, until they take roll and the door shuts to the classroom and they take roll the first day of your junior year. You don't have a military commitment. So all of the military academies, Naval Academy, West Point, and of course Air Force, when they get a talent in like Skeens, #1 draft pick, really they become kind of a farm system, unfortunately, unless a kid is absolutely committed to flying in the Air Force. In this case, and LSU, got him $400,000 of NIL and coaxed him away from Colorado Springs, and then he goes down and became Skeens. And we'll probably see him in the big leagues this year. He's just a remarkable talent that the Air Force Academy was able to use for, I think, at least 1 year.
And now he's dating Livy Dunn, so I think he made the right choice.
No, he
had if he'd shaved that mustache. I was just in Lake Charles this past weekend doing some duck hunting at a remarkable place, and all they were talking about was that relationship that he won the lottery. He got $400,000 from LSU, wins the national championship, doesn't even have to pitch in the last game, although he was hot in the bullpen. And then he I guess he
bagged the Tiger Queen, some would say.
Yeah, evidently. So look for one of those two teams, TCU or the Longhorns, in the World Series this year, given those evildoers in the SEC, where it just costs more in Omaha. It's going to be a great front. But listen, we got a big football game coming up, and this is a big one. If you ask me who I'm picking, and I suppose you will, I believe that this is going to be a 3-point game between Michigan and the Longhorns, and it's going to either be determined by
Washington and the Longhorns. You mean?
Yeah. What did I say?
Michigan.
Yeah, I meant Washington. Washington and the Longhorns. I think Alabama's going to roll tide over that other game, but Washington and Longhorns. I think this is a 3-point game. You pick them, and it's either going to be a missed or a made field goal as time expires. It's just how this feels to me. I've got obviously Rod Babers has all the statistics, but it just feels like this is going to come down to a last-second missed or made field goal.
Well, as long as the Longhorns come out victors, I will be happy. But hey, we got a few more minutes left. Do you have a morning story for us this morning?
Yeah, I can tell you a little morning story. Well, that gets us to the tie morning story. Bottom line up front. An acronym in the military, we call it the BLUF statement. Any military briefing, any military decision-making meeting starts with the BLUF, the bottom line up front. Sometimes keeping things as simple as possible is the best way to get your message across. This year in 2024, in early January, once again, the American Football Coaches Association will convene their annual convention in Nashville, Tennessee. I was there a handful of years ago at the AFCA convention in Nashville. It's a remarkable experience. There must be over 200 vendors selling laundry clips, helmets, shoes, bags. You can imagine the number of things that coaches are asked to consider purchasing for their programs. But in the center of this cavernous building is a red carpet, a big red carpet. And many of the coaches like to walk right down the middle of that red carpet, not because they feel like they're important, but they really don't want to spend a lot of time talking with vendors. At around 10 a.m., I left our little booth and walked down that red carpet to go get a cup of coffee. On the long side of that red carpet were 12 chairs, empty chairs, 11 of them. And in front of those chairs were foot massagers, and they were all plugged in. Seated in about the 5th or 6th chair was a gentleman who I never knew, and as I walked by him, I smiled and said, "Good morning." And he said this, "Good morning. This is it." I stopped. I said, "What?" He said, "This is it." And he pointed to the 11 empty chairs. I said, "This is it?" And he responded, "Here it is." So I sat down in one of the chairs and put my feet on that massager, and oh, did it feel so good. I'd been standing since 5 a.m. at our booth. I looked right back at him and I said, "This is it." He smiled and said, "Here it is." About that time, Coach Bailiff walked by, former head coach at Rice. Now he's G.J. Kinney's associate there, and Sam Marcus. They play Rice in a bowl game coming up. G.J. just got a contract extension. Dave Bailiff was walking by that red carpet, and I said, "Coach, this is it." He said, "What?" I said, "Here it is." Coach Bailiff sat down beside me, put his feet on the foot massagers, and he too smiled and looked at me and said, "My gosh, this is it." Before we knew it, that repeated itself 9 more times, and all of those chairs suddenly were filled with coaches and associate and assistant coaches, all of us looking at one another, laughing, saying, "This is it. Here it is." Later that convention, as we were packing up our cars out in the parking lot, the gentleman who brought those massagers was loading up his van. I couldn't help it. I went over and talked to him, and I said, "Hey, how did you do?" And he smiled, and he said, "Here it is. This is it. I go to 10 conventions a year. I make $400,000 annually, and all I do is say, 'This is it. Here it is.'" And that's the Ty Morning Story.
The morning story. Thank you for that.
There you go. The bottom line up front, keep it simple.
Yeah.
I was working with an organization recently who was in charge of sales. And of course there's all sorts of sales training you can go to, but sometimes the simplest thing to say is, "This is it. Here it is." I've enjoyed the morning. I'm looking forward to the Blitz.
Yeah, no, for anyone who hasn't heard, we have a Blitz coming up. You might hear the outro music right now. But Blitz music will be a part of the next segment. Call in. If we get enough callers, we'll have it. If not, it's all up to y'all. It always has been. It always will be. Craig Flowers, everybody, thank you for coming on so much.
Thank you, sir.
It's been a good conversation this morning.
You bet, gentlemen. We'll see you on the high ground.
No games. We're throwing it back today. Not only are we going to have a blitz this segment, please call in so we can have it. 512-447-3776. Numbers kind of lacking right now. Only 2 callers in the queue. And this is your one shot. You wanted it. You got it. I'm in here. Ty Henderson, Brock Bollinger. We're going to take you through some salacious gossip. What do you got, Brock?
All right. First story I got is out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Police in Tuscaloosa arrested starting redshirt freshman offensive lineman Elijah Pritchett Wednesday night and charged him with knowingly passing on a sexually transmitted disease.
So how do they pop him for that? I guess he probably have medical records could expose him for knowing about it. I wonder what the disease is. It could be as bad as AIDS, or it could just be like
could just be herpes. HSV1, no big deal.
It's a small case of genital herpes, no big deal.
Genital warts.
Yeah, no. I wonder is he still in jail? Obviously, you probably got bailed out at this point.
I'm sure. Yeah, that's tough though.
Yeah, no. I mean,
pretty crappy thing to do as well, but it's
yeah. I mean, if you got something going on there, you got to at least wrap it up. But I wonder how this will affect his eligibility for the semifinal game.
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Yeah. Who knows? All right. Hey, call in 512-447-3776.
And while we're waiting for people to call in, second salacious gossip. I don't know if this is really salacious gossip, but it's also breaking news.
Okay.
Florida State exiting the ACC.
Or at least, the first steps.
Starting, yes. They are filing the lawsuit to exit the ACC.
The board of trustees, what are they? Yeah, they're suing somebody to try to get out.
Yeah, so the official language is that the Florida State Board of Trustees approves FSU to take legal action versus ACC in its grant of rights, the first step for FSU to exit the ACC. Now, there is also a rumor, because this has been kind of in the works for a couple days now, just now got approved, but there is a rumor, though, that when they do exit the ACC, the SEC doesn't want them.
I mean,
the SEC
do you really? Is it about I want, or do they really need them at this point? It's just sharing more money. How much more money is FSU going to bring in?
I mean,
it would have to get North Carolina and FSU.
Yeah, that was what they said. Is they would rather have teams like Miami and Clemson over FSU, which I was surprised by.
Yeah, I mean Clemson.
Not so much Clemson, but Miami.
Clemson's been really good. I mean Miami's still it's a smaller private university. It doesn't have for North Carolina. You get the Jordan brand,
right?
And you get basketball,
right? And
Florida State, it's probably the. I mean, besides the Gators and the Seminoles are the two most recognizable teams in that state. Miami's been down for 20 years at this point.
Yeah.
So. I don't know. And FSU's coming back right now. Mike Norvell, great coach, obviously went undefeated this year, did not make the playoffs. But I'd be pretty. I feel like this might be an overreaction to them not making the playoffs. I don't unless they can find a home, which they obviously want to go to the SEC.
Right.
I don't think this move happens.
At what point does the SEC just go to Vanderbilt and just be like, all right, you're done? Like we'll bring in.
No, they can't because Vanderbilt has baseball. They have
but baseball doesn't bring in any money.
Yeah, and it's also the best school in the SEC.
That's true.
The rest of the
SEC also does not care about academics. So
I mean, you got to have some standard.
Do you?
Yeah, I mean, Texas is instantly the second best school in the Big 12, academic wise.
Yeah, yes, but I mean,
also we're about to cancel the splits. The people are not doing their job today. It is the show of the people for the people. It always has been. It always will be. But we're gonna cancel it. We're gonna cancel it.
Oh,
it was a great idea, Brock. It was.
Man.
But we got an interview to get to. We got a few more actually. We're gonna have a Dylan Weber from the Atlanta Constitution Journal newspaper. There, he covers the Georgia Bulldogs. He's gonna talk about how that whole college football playoff situation panned out, what he really thinks and feels, not his emotional response to it, because he did attend University of Georgia. He's also a Giants fan, so we're going to talk Tommy Cutlets, Tommy DeVito.
Hey.
We'll be right back with more Hook 'em Up with T and Brock B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Welcome back to Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Once again, Ian Rod are out today. They're hard workers. They deserve a day off, in my opinion. Me, Brock, we're here grinding. We're here grinding. It's the fabulous fifth hour, the final hour of our 5-hour show. We've got a lot more on deck. We've had a lot going on today. This has been one of the more eventful shows that I've had in a long time. We opened up the show with talking a little Texas recruiting. National Signing Day was yesterday. In the second segment, we had a little Dallas Cowboys discussion or argument, I would say, with Jacob Standard, who is he's still bullish on the Cowboys. In the 8 o'clock hour, we had Johnny Rogers, America's house guest, former Westlake Chaparral, amongst many of other talents that he has. He came in for the entire hour. Casey Starter, you might have heard him. And Sabots. We had the whole crew from the Big Ugly Tailgate back in the studio. 9 a.m. we had Justin Simmons, Craig Flowers. You just heard him with the morning story. And we tried to have a blitz, but you people let us down.
Shame on y'all.
Shame, shame, shame. In this hour, we're about to talk to Dylan Weber, who I mentioned covers the University of Georgia and is in tune with the SEC for the most part. What's your buddy's name again? I keep on forgetting. We're having
Canyon Sheeran.
That's a hard name, Canyon. I'm just going to call him Canyon. And you just heard Shotgun Willie, our unofficial anthem of the fabulous fifth hour. But without further ado, let's take it to the Vaqueros hotline. Dylan Weber, what's up, dude?
What's up, y'all? Glad to be on.
Hell yeah, you're actually you're out of Atlanta these days, writing for do you still have a byline? What's the publication again?
Yeah, I bounce around, whoever wants me, but mostly dogpost.com, occasionally the Atlantic Journal-Constitution, and sometimes USA Today.
Well, yeah, I mean, so you're back in Austin. A little background, Brock. Me and Dylan went to high school together, so this is the third or fourth, including myself, Westlake Chaparral, that's been on the show today. I've told the story before about the rec basketball, the coaches getting kicked out of the game. He was one of them.
Okay.
The year-long ban, or maybe was it lifetime or just a year?
Some of us received lifetime, some of us did not. I think I was a 1 year. I don't want to name drop him, but another fellow received a lifetime ban. So if he moves back to the Westlake area, he will be banned from Westlake Youth Basketball Association.
Yeah, those were some fun times. We both played and coached. I guess we coached against each other, but But nonetheless, this is going to happen. We haven't had this conversation yet on or off air, but the college football playoff selection committee left Georgia out of the playoffs after they lost to Alabama in the SEC championship. You can beat them in the national championship. It doesn't seem like y'all can beat them in the SEC championship, though.
Well, even in the national championship, we're 1-1 now, so not even at a winning record there yet. I don't know. People will put Kirby and Nick on the same kind of platform, but I think very clearly over now Kirby's head coaching tenure that he's just one step below. He can match him in recruiting, but he can't meet him there in in-game management.
So would you say that Georgia has a better roster than Alabama right now, or it's just purely what comes down to the coaching mismatch?
I think they have a more talented roster than Alabama right now, yeah.
Do you think Carson Beck is better than Jalen Milroe?
That one's so tough because, I mean, if you're just asking pure quarterbacking ability, I would say so, but Jalen Milroe is such a difficult quarterback to play against. I thought Georgia's game plan going into it, I thought that's what would have worked. They just let him throw the ball. They gave him time to do that. They really tried to limit his running ability, and it just didn't work for him. I mean, even you look at the stats from that game, they don't look great for Jalen Milroe, but he made the throws when he needed to. Let's see, he was 13 of 23 for 192 yards through the air. And that's not super exciting.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we saw it at the end of the game, his ability to use his legs, and he essentially closed out that game rushing the football himself.
For sure, yeah. I mean, that's the most difficult part of it is he ad-libs plays so well.
Yeah, and I think, to jump around a little bit here, if Texas does end up playing Alabama in the national championship, I expect Alabama to have far more designed runs for him. I think in the first matchup there was only 2 or 3
something like that
quarterback design runs.
Way less than what it should have been.
And obviously his ability to extend plays and scramble on, just regular dropbacks, that's key to his game as well. But I don't think Nick Saban took advantage of that. That was his biggest strength at that point in the season. He's still not the best passer, but he's progressed to the point where at the end of the year, we were talking about it earlier. He had like plus, like 6,000 Heisman odds with like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, somebody voted for him for the Heisman. He had a Heisman vote.
That's crazy. But yeah, just to finish up the Georgia conversation, Dylan, y'all, National Signing Day was yesterday. How are you feeling about y'all's recruiting class? Were y'all number one in the nation?
Yeah, number one right now, even after losing Dylan Raiola. Just so defensively heavy. Their top 6 recruits, all defensive players. They lose Fran Brown to their defensive backs coach who goes to Syracuse to be their head coach. They still get 2 5-star defensive backs, one of them KJ Bolden. They flipped on signing day. Again, that's where I'm saying, Kirby might not be the best game manager in the country, but damn is he one of, if not the best recruiter in the nation.
Yeah, and y'all flipped a safety from Miami, right? Was that one of those 5-star guys you mentioned?
Yeah, KJ Bolden. We flipped him from Florida State.
Oh, Florida State.
And he said yesterday, it just goes to show how crazy this world we live in is, said, on record that he took less money to go to Georgia because of for NFL development. I think Auburn was offering him double what Georgia was going to give him.
It's crazy.
He still opted to go to Georgia.
It's crazy how times have changed in a matter of just a few years. You mentioned it when at the beginning of this conversation, Dylan Raiola, 5-star quarterback, number 1 in the nation, flipping to Nebraska, and Matt Rule. Did that just come down? I know there's a family connection there. His dad played there. I think his uncle is a coach on their staff.
Yeah,
and he recently got a raise. Is that all it came down to, or did something happen at Georgia?
So what's the story with Dylan Raiola, and why can Georgia not recruit Buford High School?
Well, the crazy thing, and there's been a bunch of jokes, because KJ Bolden, the safety, was from Buford, and when they flipped him, everyone was like, oh, maybe he just didn't like Dylan Raiola, and that was his flipping point. But, I think it's a multitude of things. I think Carson Beck announcing him coming back probably was not, super exciting for Dylan Raiola, a guy who wants to play immediately, not like the Arch Manings of the world who are okay taking that red shirt year. And two, I do think part of it is the allure of being the savior of a program, because he wrote this kind of odd poem announcing his flipping of the commitment, talking about how he didn't want to be another cog in the machine, and frankly, that's what he would have been at Georgia. Just another player, not someone who's going to really take the starlight. He's just going to help them operate. But at Nebraska, he can be that guy who saves this program that's been in ruins.
Do you think, you mentioned Kirby Smart not being able to, obviously he's a defensive coach, but just that staff in general, I feel like they haven't really had the Tuas or even the Mac Jones, it's the really good quarterbacks at Alabama they've been putting out, and that wasn't always their MO. Before that, it was running backs, and it was the power run game and defense. Now it's defense, and it seems like an electric offense with dynamic weapons on the outside every year. Georgia has those weapons. We know firsthand here with A.D. Mitchell, who I said early in the show I think is better than Xavier Worthy. He's part of the reason why I think Quinn Ewers has extended, or just gotten better this year, having an option besides him, just Jay Witt and Xavier. But do you think that's part of the reason why Raiola, flipped? Justin Fields is probably the last really big, high profile recruit to sign there, and he also left after a year.
For sure. I think it just comes down to how they want to run the offense. Kirby is pretty stubborn on how he likes to do it, and for good reason. They've had success doing it, but it's not really a glamorous offense to play in as a quarterback. You're not slinging it. And I think Alabama had this issue kind of in the earlier 2010s where it was just a heavy run. You're not going to put up big numbers. You're really not going to be competing for Heisman's no matter how good you are, because you are just another part in that machine. And I think that turns a lot of quarterbacks off, especially this day and age. It's going to be hard to be a first-round pick quarterback at Georgia if you aren't just out of this world good. And, Carson Beck's kind of inching towards there, but even if he had gone pro after this year, he's not going to get close to the first round, maybe after next year, but it's not super lucrative when you look at other schools like USC, and then this past season's not a good example, but anything under Lincoln Riley or Ohio State
or Steve
Oklahoma
Sarkisian at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Sarkisian.
he's had success with obviously quarterbacks at different stops, especially Alabama. But it seems like the quarterback room. You grew up in Austin your whole life. I mean, you weren't necessarily a Texas fan, but you paid attention to the program. You know the struggles we've had at quarterback. It seems like that room has really taken a turn for the better.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, y'all have two legit quarterbacks in that room too.
Three until last week, I'd say, with Malik Murphy.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Dylan. So you mentioned it a minute ago, that poem that Dylan Raiola posted. Do you also believe that was AI generated? Like he just typed it into ChatGPT? Have you read it, Ty?
I have not.
It is. I have never read anything in my life that I'm more sure is AI generated than that poem.
Do you mind pulling it up and reading it to me?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
But then before we get to that, because I'm gonna love this. Thank you, Brock. How did you feel about Georgia missing out on the playoffs? Did you feel like y'all were deserving? Obviously, #1 team until the last week, until that loss to Alabama. Alabama squeaks in at 4 over Florida State. Y'all at 6. Y'all taking on Florida State. What is it in the Orange Bowl?
Yeah, Orange Bowl.
I can see the sadness in your voice as soon as I brought it up. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's easier to say this on Austin radio than it is anywhere in the Atlanta area. But I mean, they didn't deserve to make it. They had one game they had to win. I think everyone kind of knew it, that if they didn't win, it was going to be really hard to fit them in. And again, I said I think they're more talented than Alabama. I think their roster is better, but that doesn't mean they should be in. And they had this issue in 2018. People were like, well, they're one of the 4 best teams. I'm like, yeah, they had a quality loss. That's cool. But did that get you in? No, and it shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, after y'all lost Alabama and with Texas beating Alabama, it was very hard for me. The days of the complete SEC bias are over officially, I think. Or at least the 14 playoffs over after this year, obviously. But it was finally having, it felt like they actually picked the 4 best teams, in my opinion. We can argue about Florida State all we want, but in the laws that committee has written, there is a statement in there that says if a key player or coach is missing, that will come into play when they make their selection.
You mean the law that they changed halfway through the year? That law?
I don't think they did. I think that's been in there forever. I think you're reading.
I think they really just started highlighting it.
Did anyone want to watch? Did y'all watch that Louisville Florida State game? Did anyone really want to see Florida State get throttled by somebody?
They should have gotten in.
No.
Yes, they weren't one of the 4 best teams, but they were one of the 4 most deserving teams.
That's not what it's about.
Because they changed it. That's what I'm saying.
No, they haven't changed. So why didn't UCF make it when they went undefeated? They went undefeated. They deserved to make it.
They should have.
But you're saying they changed it. This was like 6 years ago.
I mean,
all right.
Well, they weren't a Power 5 conference champion. That's the difference. But anyways.
Okay. Well, I know. I feel bad for them, but I still don't think they should be in.
I do have that poem, by the way.
Okay, let's read it.
Listen to this. Tell me it's not AI generated. You ready? In the realm of college dreams where purpose takes flight, enter Dylan Raiola crafting his narrative in the night. Once lured by Georgia where powerhouse glory gleamed, yet Nebraska's purpose in his heart brightly beamed. In the scarlet and cream where legacies entwine, Dylan, like Rodgers, Rozier, and Crouch, a hero in the line. No longer a cog in some powerhouse machine, but a quarterback with an even grander ambition unseen. So fellow fans await with hope in the air for Dylan to choose his purpose to declare. In a weekend's decision, destiny calls to fulfill his purpose where a new destiny enthralls. That is the most ChatGPT written thing I've ever read in my entire life. And this is somebody that uses ChatGPT on.
You would know better than me.
I was about to say I'm not about to incriminate myself.
I've barely used. I'm sure you use it to study and make good charts and and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, what do you think, Dylan?
If it's ChatGPT generated or not, I don't know, but I don't think Dylan Raiola is a natural poet. I'm guessing he had some help, maybe from his English teacher on this one.
Did you ever have any run-ins with them? With your time covering the Dogs?
I mean, he was at almost all the home games this year. So you'd see him there. I never talked to him personally. I went to one of his games at Buford. Was really good. Had a terrible offensive line, so it's made it a lot harder for him. But he always seemed fine enough.
Okay, cool. Hey, well, enough Georgia talk. We are in Austin, so I guess we're about to talk about another team that has nothing to do with Austin, Texas. But you're a New York Giants fan, and obviously y'all haven't had the best year. Coming off a surprising playoff victory over the Vikings last year. Brian Dable, Coach of the Year. This year got off to a rough start against the Cowboys. What is it, 40-0? Daniel Jones goes down with that ACL tear. Insert Tyrod Taylor first, who also went down. And then you insert Tommy Cutlets, Tommy DeVito. What are your thoughts on him? And it seems like a sensation around the nation.
For sure. I'm not a Cowboys fan, but I do respect Dak. And I hope that Cowboys fans can at least have fun and respect what's going on in New York, that Tommy DeVito is an incredibly fun storyline.
No,
it's like Linsanity light.
No, it's like, it's like having that right. It's for me, I'll give you this analogy. It's like how, as a Texas fan, like A&M thinks they're like on the same level with you sometimes. So like the Giants, they're like cute to me. It's like, I know we're never going to lose to them because I don't think Dak Prescott, he's lost like one game ever to the Giants in his entire career.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's insane. He owns it. He owns the NFC East in general, but he especially owns the Giants. So, when we were younger and we had the whole, I remember back in the day, we were sitting on his couch at like 3 a.m. and I think we argued till about the sunrise about Odell Beckham and Dez Bryant on who was a better receiver. Because back in those days, the Giants, Eli Manning slinging that thing, and Tony Romo doing his thing, throwing picks at the end of games. Tony Romo wasn't nearly as good against the Giants. Let's just say that.
No, not even close.
No, but the Giants were better then too. He was going up against tougher teams.
I mean, you've won 2 Super Bowls in your lifetime. I realize you picked up the Giants. I mean, what was your reasoning for liking them? Just because I was probably a Cowboys fan, you wanted to root against me?
Yeah, just because I hated the Cowboys.
Fair enough. Well, hey, Dylan, we got to take a break here soon, but I appreciate you coming on. I know you've come on a few times before with Ian Rod B. I'm sure they'd love to have you back soon.
Of course. Happy to be here. Thanks, y'all.
All right. Have a good one. All right. That was Dylan Weber. You can find some of his work at dogpost.com covering the Georgia Bulldogs. They will not be in the college football playoffs this year. They will be playing Florida State, and I bet they beat them by 50 points.
Yeah. No, I have nothing to say that.
Brock, we found out the segment really likes Florida State. We'll be back. We are going to play a interview from yesterday. Give me a little break here, use the restroom, and then we're going to close out the 10 o'clock hour, final fifth hour, the fabulous fifth hour.
Get it right.
Jesus.
Canyon.
There you Canyon. Go. He's only told me 20 times this morning. I'm Ty Henderson and Brock Bollinger. This is Hook 'em Up with T and Brock B. I've been switching on.
Horn.
Welcome up. Welcome back. It's been a while. Been a while since I've hosted, guys. Sorry if I've messed up this morning, but we're going to let Ian Rodby take over for a second, just get a little normalcy here in the 10 o'clock hour, the fabulous 10 o'clock hour, the final hour of our 5-hour show. You guys talked to Mike Craven yesterday. We talked a little bit about National Signing Day, and he was up at the high school state championships, watching a lot of those athletes, guys that signed yesterday, future prospects. So let's just let them have that conversation. Here we go.
The right in this program in a way that's going to last.
And Mike, I want to go back to you covering the state title games and just get your thoughts about how and why DFW in that Dallas area right now are starting to even separate from Houston, another area in H-Town that's, a very fertile recruiting ground. But it used to be Dallas had maybe better football programs, but Houston had better talent. But now DFW's got more talent, and they got the better football programs. And now you're seeing them matched up against the best representatives from the Houston area and beating them by 60. What is going on, man? What are they putting in the water down there in DFW, up there in DFW? Because it seems like most of your, I think half of your state champions are DFW representatives. They had 7 of them played in, I think, the state title games. What's going on there? Is it coaching? Is it just talent overall? Are we talking about culture? Is it all of it? What is it?
Well, that's a pretty long answer that probably deserves an article in the off season. But if you take away Port Neches Groves, the southern part of the state, if you split the state in half, the northern part of the state won every single state championship except for that Port Neches Grove. I would say the number one reason is resources. You go down to Houston, and I'm there a lot. You don't see many indoors. I think there's 2, 3, maybe 3 indoors in Houston. You go to Dallas, almost every single district has at least 1 indoor. And so when you have better weight rooms, when you have better nutrition, when you have indoors, when you have stadiums that are huge, that draws better coaches, and then better coaches develop those players. And so I think what we're seeing is one part of the state, specifically DFW, is investing into their high school sports and what it can do for their schools and what it can do for their young athletes. And you're starting to see the dividends of it, where places like Houston, even Central Austin, where we are in San Antonio as well, just either by not having the amount of money or just not wanting to make that investment, just hasn't done it. I think the other part of that is school splits. If you go to Houston, even a lot of places here in Austin and San Antonio, a lot of the districts have 5, 6, 7, 8 schools. You don't see Frisco making the state title game, for example, right? You're seeing it from a lot of schools that are 1, maybe even 2 school district schools. And so that's the other part of it too. They're better at consolidating their talent and keeping it in the same place. Like, there's no reason Allen doesn't have 4 high schools, right? But it doesn't, because it's trying to win at different things. And so I think Westlake's kind of following that model as well here in Austin. There's a couple that do it that way. But I would say the 2 biggest reasons are resources and then school splits. If Katy still had 1 or even 2 or 3 high schools, Katy'd still be winning that state championships every year. But now they got 9, and so that talent spreads out, and they're not able to win as much.
It's a great answer.
Yeah, great stuff, Mike. Yeah, we had that debate earlier in the week, and somebody mentioned, man, if Arlington didn't split up like they do, Arlington would be a powerhouse, but they have 4 or 5 schools now in Greater Arlington. You mentioned Frisco, same kind of thing.
That's a local government thing,
yeah, it
right?
is.
That's a local government.
I would say, yeah, school choice. I mean, what do the parents want? Do they want 4,000, 5,000 enrollees high schools, or do they want 4 or 5 different smaller high schools? Wow. That becomes the question. Good stuff with Mike Craven, senior writer Dave Campbell's Texas Football. You and I talked about it last night on the forthcoming Eyes on Texas multicast, but we can all talk about the 5 stars and Colin Simmons and Ryan Wingo and Brandon Baker. These dudes are studs, but you do like some of those 3-star guys, and Stark has done a great job of developing, he and his staff, the Tavondre Sweats and Jalen Fords and those guys who weren't heavyweight names on signing day but turned into leaders and great players. Who are the guys in this class that you really like that are maybe not as well thought of?
Yeah, I think it's important to point out that, this national championship or this playoff team that's about to play for Texas has more 3-stars starting on it than 5-stars. They have 3-star guys on the offensive line. They got 2 on the defensive line. So you need these guys. It's like the NFL, as I was saying earlier. You want to hit on the first-round guys. You want to hit on the second-round guys. But the dudes you draft from rounds 4 to 6 are going to make up a bulk of your program, and that's true on the college side as well. I really like Jordan Johnson-Rebel, the cornerback out of IMG. He's a Texas native coming back home, played high school football here in the DFW area. So that was a big pickup for them. I like Parker Livingston. He didn't play as much his senior year because he was injured, but he's a big play wide receiver that's going to be really good when he gets back healthy. And then a guy that we saw during the state championship game that I think impressed everybody was Alex January. We've had him as a 4-star player at Dave Campbell's the whole time. He's a 3-star composite dude. When he gets to that Bo Davis school of becoming a badass, that dude's going to get good, right? Like, when he fixes his body, when he gets into the weight room, when he focuses only on football, his transformation is going to be big time, and he's going to be an interior player that's going to be really, really good. If I'm Texas, I'm living on South Texas defensive linemen, right? Probably even more positions than that, but definitely defensive line. Guys like Byron Murphy come out of there all the time. So I really like those guys. Nate Kibble's another one. I think they did really good on that second tier of prospects. Like Colin Simmons, Kobe Black, like those guys, my mom could turn on film and be like, yeah, that dude's really good at football. It's that next group that's going to separate you from those other teams, because you're going to burn out at the top sometimes. Guys are going to transfer. They're going to go do other stuff. But if you can hit that second tier, keep those guys around and develop them, that's what's going to make this program be a year in, year out contender.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like that. Let me ask you about, because this particular recruiting class seems like it is a focus on defensive backs. Got a lot of DBs in this class. Been talking about them all day long. It's 6 if you include Andrew Makuba. So it's definitely a focus to rebuild the secondary with this group. What are your thoughts about the young DBs they brought in? You got any favorites among these young DBs that they brought in?
Yeah, I really love Kobe Black. I mean, I know a lot of people think he's going to be a safety, but I mean, he's really good cover corner. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up kind of being like the boundary cover guy, or maybe even a star down the road. And then Xavier Phil to me was a huge flip. I mean, McKinney, you watch that McKinney defense, you want to sign all of them, right? I mean, they knew how to play defense. They were in incredible secondary, especially. He's really fast. He's really good in coverage, but he will knock you out. Like, that is a physical dude in the box. And so I think he's going to bring something to this Texas secondary that maybe they've lacked. They've had some guys who are physical, and they've had some guys that are really fast. They haven't had a lot of guys who are both of those things. I think with a year or two of development, he can be one of those dudes that can do it both ways.
Xavier Phil Sami out of McKinney. Hey, Mike Craven, senior writer, Dave Campbell's Texas Football. You also do a podcast at Dave Campbell's focusing on Texas A&M, and you cover the state. So, Mike Elko, Longhorns got in there and got Ty Anthony Smith from him at the end, obviously trying to stabilize some things. What's your read on what the Aggies are doing right now, coaching staff-wise and in the talent acquisition realm?
Yeah, it just kind of broke a couple minutes before y'all called me. Jay Bateman, he was the inside linebacker coach at Florida, was at North Carolina for a little bit with Mack Brown. He's going to be the defensive coordinator, and so they're starting to put together the staff. Colin Klein there as the offensive coordinator. It's hard, though. Like, it's harder than it's ever been to get that first class kind of signed away, because you get the job in December, and all of a sudden the portal is open. You're still doing bowl practice and stuff. Now all of a sudden early signing day is there. They're going to have to figure out something with the calendar and how it goes. But I think for A&M right now, it's just holding on to as much as you can and then using the portal to supplement what you lose. And then you go into that 2025 class trying to sign a top 5, top 10 class. I went back and looked at Sark's whole roster, and I think there's only 3 or 4 guys from that first kind of that transition class that are playing real meaningful football. So a lot of times it's a wash everywhere. I think you're just trying to hold on to some dudes, try to get some talent in there. But really, this is going to be a portal-heavy class that is going to have to do it that way to win right away. I always found it interesting. They hired Elko thinking, well, maybe he can keep a lot of this team together. But I just don't think in modern football there's a whole lot of loyalty, right? There was never much loyalty between the coaches. They were always leaving and going other places. And I think on the other side, they're starting to figure out that, this guy's not maybe loyal to the position coach that recruited him or to the school that they're at. They're trying to do what's best for them. And I think you're seeing that with an Evan Stewart or Walter Nolan and a lot of those other guys that are transferring.
Mike, you obviously, a lot of these coaches around the state of Texas, and you're really familiar with the programs. Who in your mind had a surprisingly good signing day out of these college football programs in the state?
People are going to hate me for saying this. I know you're not allowed to talk about Texas Tech on Austin Airways anymore. But if you can go 6-6 in the regular season and then sign your first ever 5-star recruit from an hour from Baylor, and then also sign the best recruiting class in what is now the Big 12, right? Texas and Oklahoma are gone. So we're looking at a new landscape in the Big 12. Tech signed the best class in the Big 12 by a pretty decent margin. They're going to be good. They're going to be contenders. They have money out there. McGuire is an energetic, electric guy. What they were able to do was pretty impressive. And you look on the flip side, like Baylor's last in the Big 12 in recruiting. Texas Tech is first in the Big 12 in recruiting. That Baylor job came down to Dave Aranda and Joey McGuire. I think his ability to recruit in the modern age, like that is what is most important. Like development is still important, but being able to get the dudes on campus is where this game is going towards. He's going to be able to do that. That staff is going to be able to do that. I thought it was a really good class.
For Texas Tech and Joey McGuire. And then they got a bowl win the other night, won the Independence Bowl. And before we let you go, Mike, props to your alma mater, UTSA. Mike, Jeff Traylor, first ever bowl win the other night, beating Marshall up there in the Frisco Bowl. That had to be pretty cool to see. And you told me you believe that's it for Frank Harris. He's done, right? No more Frank Harris for the Roadrunners?
Yeah, no more Frank Harris for the Roadrunners. 7 surgeries on his left knee, 3 on his right, 2 on his shoulder. I think he's ready to go. Just answer the phone, be a sales guy, make some money for somebody else.
And never buy a beer in San Antonio ever again, I don't think. Cool stuff. Hey, Mike, thanks, man. Great stuff. Follow Mike and all of his stuff at Dave Campbell's Texas Football. He's on Twitter or X at Craven Mike. Just go backwards, Craven Mike, the senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Year-round, man. They cover it better than anybody. It's really, really good coverage, high school and college. Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate you guys.
Every visit to Steiner Ranch Steakhouse turns any event or occasion into a memorable evening. Steiner Ranch Steakhouse has the best views along with the most exquisite cuisine and the finest service of any restaurant in Central Texas. Whether you're seated inside the elegant dining room or on the spacious outdoor patio, you'll be treated to breathtaking views of the Texas Hill Country. Steiner Ranch Steakhouse serves the top 2% cuts of beef in the country, all hand-trimmed, cut, and selected by the chef daily. quality. Plus, unlike other steakhouses, Steiner Ranch offers 2 sides with your steak. With an extensive wine list featuring some of the finest vintage wines from around the world, you'll be able to find the perfect pairing for your meal. At Steiner Ranch Steakhouse, you can be sure that you're getting the real taste of Texas with every bite. So why wait? Book your table today and get ready to be wowed by the best fine dining, prime steaks, seafood, and stunning views that Steiner Ranch Steakhouse has to offer.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers. We know Austin is a beautiful city thanks in no small part to the skilled craftsmanship of our good friends at Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who build the office. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935, and you see the labors of their love all over this great city in exquisite landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. And right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people. So if you're interested in a new opportunity, maybe you're frustrated with your work choices, maybe you're frustrated with your career path, maybe you just want to feel challenged, maybe you want to feel valued by your employer, you can become a valued member of Ironworkers Local 482 and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people. So if you're interested, reach out to them online today at ironworkers482.org. You can maximize your talent today and go online at ironworkers482.org. When your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you tools to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same-game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else like MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
Hi, I'm Jenny Covert at Covert Chevrolet in Bastrop. The Coverts offer you more, like 6 GM service locations, free delivery anywhere in Texas, highly qualified GM service technicians, and the best of the best in customer sales and service. For 114 years and 6 generations, we've been family owned and operated. We prove it every day. We want to be your car dealer. Covert Chevrolet, Highway 71 in Bastrop, or online at covertbastrop.com. Find new roads.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers. Something that's often overlooked but so very important is mental health, especially during the holidays. Are you looking forward to the holidays? Do you ever...
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Welcome back to Hook 'em Up with T and Brock B. And yes, Brock, I have been saying that all day. I'm surprised you just noticed.
I thought it was Ty and Brock B.
No,
It's been T and Brock B the whole time.
Just think of it.
No,
E and Rod B.
No, I get it. It went over my head. Not gonna lie.
It's all right. That's all right. We're having a good day. Ice Cube bringing us in. With
So far, so good.
Oh, no.
Besides Casey dropping a couple F-bombs earlier.
Well, hopefully none of those slip through to the radio audience. Once again, if you want to hear the unfiltered, unedited version of the show every day, you can download the Horn app in the App Store. Just look up Horn FM, and you should be able to find us both in the Apple App Store and Google Play Store for Android users.
And do not report us to the FCC, please. That would be...
No. Who's even listening at this point? It's 10:44, and we're gonna have Brock's buddy.
Say it. Say it.
I keep on wanting to say Keenan. It's
Canyon.
Dude,
I don't know if he can hear me. Can you hear me right now?
I can hear you loud and clear.
He has butchered your name.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm
Dude,
sorry. We've had a lot of
today.
guests today, and you're the only one that I don't know personally. But it's good to meet you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming on.
Kane's a good dude.
Yeah, I lived my whole life with my name getting butchered, man. It's okay. You know, it's what happens when your parents decide to name you Canyon, but then they put a K on there.
Ooh.
It really just throws everything off.
Kanyen. Canyon.
And almost.
I don't know how
Yeah.
people butcher that though. I feel like that's pretty straightforward.
Well, introduce your
Canyon.
guest, Brock.
So this is Canyon Sheeran, current Auburn student, co-founder of the Elite College Football page, and TND is what he's known as on Instagram. What's the official TND account? I can't remember the name of it.
On Instagram, the official TND account's TND Takeover.
TND Takeover, that's right.
TND, and then just Takeover, yeah.
Yeah, so me and Canyon have been friends for 2020, I think is when we first met.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. Been a while. Elite college football was still kicking back in those days.
Well, we just talked with Dylan Weber from dogpost.com. He writes for the Georgia Bulldogs, so it's a very heavy SEC final hour of our show. Quickly, before we get into because I know we want to talk about the Texas Longhorns, how you feeling about Hugh Freeze and the Tigers?
Man, obviously tough end of the year, right? That Alabama, that 4th and 31 game, tough end of the year. But when you look at recruiting momentum and what Hugh Freeze has done as a whole, it's something to be grateful for. You know, when you have a roster, when you lose as much talent as Auburn did to the portal and to, I'd like to compare. They're not really comparable, but in terms of retaining talent, Tom Herman and Brian Harsin, in terms of recruiting and keeping guys in school, both lost a lot of those guys. And they didn't graduate from the school they originally signed to, which was Texas and Auburn. So for Hugh Freeze to come in and have a competitive team that hung on with Georgia and could have beat Alabama, I mean, a lot of positive signs. Obviously, stealing Cam Coleman from Texas A&M was huge, and I know Texas fans were appreciative we could do that. So, I mean, overall, a great class. Going to get the number one player from North Carolina and Williams, a ferocious defensive lineman that plays both ways in high school. Was huge. So I don't know. I like where the Auburn Tigers are heading. Hopefully we can end the year on a nice Music City Bowl win and then focus on 2024.
Ty, I will tell you this because he brought it up. That Alabama game, that last play.
Yeah.
He sent me the funniest video of it. Was literally just because he thought they were going to win, right? It was like 4th, 31. And so he was just videoing his face, you know, thinking he was about to storm the field. And so the whole time that play was going, it was just his reaction. And so he starts out like smiling. And then by the end of it, he's just like
I mean, that was possibly one of the worst defensive, on one play performances I've seen in a long time.
I mean, I don't know. The worst part about that video, it'll never see a light of day. Just scrap that video from anywhere. It'll never get posted. I don't want social media to have the hands on that video because I don't think I'll ever live it down if it is posted. The worst part about that play is in the background is our massive Jumbotron, so you can just see the whole play happening behind my head as I'm watching it on the field. I mean, I don't think I've ever experienced such sadness, and I grew up a Texas fan, so
it was great cinematography.
I had to deal with Charlie Strong for a few years, you know, so I've experienced heartbreak. So yeah, that was rough. I'm kind of mad at Brock for mentioning that video, but yeah, I mean, it'll never see the light of day for sure.
So hey, before I ask you about Texas, Washington, a little bit of Texas recruiting, can you talk about what Ole Miss is doing in the portal right now? Because, oh, my God.
I mean, Lane Kiffin does this thing. If they are able to land Walter Nolan, I mean, that would be huge for them. So we'll see how that finishes out for them. But Lane Kiffin has done a phenomenal job in the portal in terms of getting talent where you need it. They've done a great job. Landed the number 1 JUCO safety. I mean, landed Princely from Ole Miss. I mean, what he's doing is impressive, always has been. But they've got a good championship window next year with the playoff expanding. So, I mean, they're trying to – them and Missouri, I think, both have probably been 2 of the best teams in the portal because they know that their window might not be there for that long. And if they go all in on 24, I mean, they could see themselves sneak into that 12-team playoff.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, with everything Ole Miss is doing, do you think they have a chance to compete with Alabama and Georgia for a conference championship?
And Texas.
And Texas, yeah.
Their problem, and Texas, yeah. Their problem has always been the trenches. And right now, Ole Miss seems to be done messing around, especially if they can go get Walter Nolan. I think Walter Nolan would really help them take that full next step because obviously he's a baller. But, I mean, they definitely have the talent to compete. Now, will they show up when it matters? You know, that's the question that is yet to be seen. I mean, if you go off last year's game, we would say Ole Miss is pretty far from beating the likes of Georgia, but a lot can change in a year. So but we never know. 12-team playoff could just benefit them. They might not even need to play in the conference championship game to make it. So
are you going to any of the playoff games?
As a broke college student, I do not think I'll be attending.
No.
But I wish I could, you know.
I'm in the same boat. But
you will be attending, though, bro.
I will, yeah, but I didn't buy the tickets. That's the difference.
That's fair.
So, speaking of the playoff games, what do you think of the Texas-Washington game? What's your prediction?
A prediction? Ooh, I like Texas, but I also, you know, it's one of those games where it's a lot more 50-50 than the Alabama-Michigan game, I think, just because Washington's pretty dynamic. We know that Dylan their running back has turned it on in the second half of the season, and that's been kind of like a key to Kalen's offense. We just have got to stop their run because if we let their run get hot, their play action is really hard to stop, and you saw it against Oregon in the Pac-12 championship. And we got to win in the trenches. If you want to beat Washington, the reason why everyone was clamoring that Oregon was going to beat Washington for weeks was that Oregon looked more physical and better in the trenches. And that Pac-12 championship kicked off, and Washington won the trenches, and they won the game. So obviously you've got to win up front on both sides of the ball. And you can't sit here and play that 10-yard off cloud coverage or corners like to run like we ran against Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I know we don't want to mention that game, but you're going to have to press those receivers. And we can't let Jalen McMillan run a cross route and get wide open because with him having the hands in his ball. Oh, wow. English. My bad. My apologies. When he gets the ball in his hands, he's explosive and elusive. So I know about Odunze and we know about Polk, but McMillan is like that silent weapon to that offense.
Yeah, man, I'm not going to lie. This game scares the crap out of me. You know, I'd rather play Alabama or Michigan because we just do not match up well with Washington whatsoever, and I'm scared beyond belief. But
it's just Washington is one of those teams. I mean, if they play like they played against Arizona State against us, it's our lucky day, right? And we could have a very fun 4-quarter ball game for Texas fans. But I think we do match up well with them in terms of explosiveness. The problem is just, per usual, going to be our secondary. And we're really about to find out. You know, our trenches have been something that have carried us through Big 12 play. A lot of talk on, you know, Pac-12 being soft. So if we can dominate the trenches and the Pac-12 can be up to what Pac-12 standards we're used to, then Texas is in good hands.
All right, man. We got 1 more minute left. I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Give me a score prediction for the game. What are you thinking?
Oh man, a biased score prediction or an unbiased one?
Give me both. I want to hear both.
A biased score prediction would tell me Texas wins 34-28. I mean, that could be biased or unbiased. I think there is going to be some red zone defense being played for Washington. But our red zone struggles looked a lot better against Oklahoma State, so we'll see. But I think Texas can win. I just don't know about how much, and I think Washington can also win too. I'll give me 34-28. I like that one, Texas.
All right, let's go. 34-28 Texas. All right, man. Hey, let me know next time you're in San Antonio. Head up the Riverwalk.
That sounds like a great time.
Yes, sir.
Well, hopefully I'll hit it up and watch Oklahoma lose to Arizona.
All right,
We
let's
hope.
do it.
All right, appreciate you coming on, brother.
All right, man.
Yes, sir. Hey, thanks, man. Talk
Well,
soon.
All right. There we go. Our final
Canyon Sheeran.
Canyon Sheeran. Our
TND Takeover on Instagram.
Go and follow him. I checked out his account yesterday. He's got some good stuff. Obviously, has a lot of knowledge about the college football game, not just Texas or Auburn. He knew a decent amount there. Great guest. One of many great guests today. I'd like to thank Johnny Rogers, Casey Studdard, Craig Flowers, Jacob Standard, Dylan Weber.
Get it right.
Canyon. They don't remember his last name. Sorry, I'm running on low today, but it's been a great show. Thank you, Brock, for coming in early. I know you don't have to wake up early, and you came in to help out.
I'm
so I
happy to
appreciate
help,
it.
man.
Yeah,
Happy to
well,
help.
you'll be hearing from us again. Well, me, Rod B, and Aaron on next Thursday. That'll be our next show. We'll be previewing Texas and Washington, but for now, just hook 'em. Thanks, y'all. Thanks to everyone that listened today. Peace.